The meeting is live streaming on YouTube. You can start the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dear students, and welcome to the second day of the student induction program. I'm sure after the wonderful session yesterday on aspirations, you have had a lot of food for thought, and you would be looking forward to today's session. We have at the University of Mumbai certain initiatives also to support the students' aspirations. So in this SIP series, we are trying to familiarize you with these initiatives. And today we are going to start with the Cell for Innovation, Incubation and Linkages of the University of Mumbai. We are privileged to have with us today Dr. Samir Kulkarni, who is the Director for Innovation, Incubation and Linkages of University of Mumbai. Dr. Kulkarni is a recognized leader in the area of biopharmaceutical product development. He holds a versatile qualification background in complementing faculties of pharmaceutical sciences, bioprocessing, chemical engineering, and business management. His total experience extends to over a period of about 20 years in the area of biological sciences, with tenures in reputed research institutions such as Oak Ridge National Laboratory and University of Cincinnati, as well as in leading pharma organizations such as Intas Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Reddy's Lab, and USV Limited, etc. His core technical expertise comprises of therapeutic protein chemistry and includes technical assessment and development of the entire CMC value chain for biosimilars from clone to clinic. In senior leadership roles in biopharmaceutical development organizations, he has successfully demonstrated capabilities in strategic planning and execution of development programs through effective cross-integration between different functions such as research, manufacturing, regulatory, clinical, and commercial development. He is presently working as the Director for Innovation, Incubation, and Linkages with University of Mumbai. He also holds additional charge as the Director of National Center for Nanoscience and Nanotechnology in the University of Mumbai. Apart from his university responsibilities, he is actively consulting biopharmaceutical development organizations, helping them address both strategic as well as product development issues. Dr. Samir Kulkarni, sir, it's our privilege to have you here with us today. With your wide expertise in different areas, I'm sure the students will benefit a lot from your talk today. Sir, I invite you to please begin your session.
Thank you very much, madam, for this kind introduction. So before I start with what the university has actually planned or the university has actually worked out as a facility in a way to encourage innovation, to encourage entrepreneurship, to encourage startup, etc.
wait कर रहे हो?
I think somebody.
Sorry, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
We just muted him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks. So basically, before I start on the different initiatives that the university has taken towards encouraging this particular, mindset, I would say, in the students, I just want to, highlight essentially what is it that the students need to think on, with respect to trying to develop their own, venture or their own entrepreneurial, setup, or let's, for the simplicity of terms, let's, just simply call it as startup. Okay. So what is it that the student really needs to think on in terms of developing their own startup? One, obviously, you have to have some sort of a innovative way of addressing the need of the society, addressing a specific need for the society. There have been several examples, right? I mean, for example, Amazon. At some point of time, Amazon or Flipkart, these were all startups. And today, these are mega giants. I mean, the owner of Amazon, Jeff Bezos is one of the richest persons in the world. So basically, that particular thing, I mean, they identified that, look, there are people who are a little, skeptical or lazy, to go to stores and purchase things. Why not put things, readily available for them by purchasing it online? Let's make it available. Let's, create a store that can necessarily, enable people to purchase goods online. And we will also enable the delivery of that. So that is how that particular idea or the concept or that innovative thought actually came up. And then that startup actually started. And then, eventually, as people showed more and more usage of it, that particular startup started making more and more money. Obviously, it has recruited a lot of people. You today know that there are so many people associated with this startup. Similarly, you can take the example of Zomato or Swiggy. Somebody identified that, look, people go to restaurants, and then why not necessarily take the restaurant to their house? Why not enable them to essentially place an order from a specific restaurant and we will deliver it? So these are certain things which these guys thought of, and essentially it actually materialized into a major successful organization. So that is what is the fundamental thought behind enabling or behind creating an infrastructure, creating certain initiatives within the university which enables students to necessarily harness this particular ideas to ensure that if somebody comes up with these kind of ideas, these kind of novel solutions for the society, that these solutions or these ideas can be taken up into a commercial model, into a entrepreneurial venture, into an organization, into a startup, and then basically create environment such that such startups flourish. It is very easy to say this, but very difficult to actually ensure that a startup is essentially successful down the line. Okay, so I would also put that specific caveat behind this. There is a lot of hard work required. There's a lot of planning needed. There's a lot of effort which is necessary, and a lot of support system that is necessary. Now that support system part is what the university is trying to essentially address in this specific object. Okay, so here I am going to introduce to you today Mumbai University's incubation for developing entrepreneurship and startups. Okay, this initiative, which has been taken up through my office of the innovation and incubation, basically this particular incubation center or the incubation effort that has been started by the university, which is called as incubation for developing entrepreneurship and startups. In short, it is known as MU Ideas, Mumbai University Incubation for Developing Entrepreneurships and Startups. So this is something which we have started now, and for some reason I'm not able to scroll. Okay. So basically, MU Ideas was started, as I said, with the vision to establish a startup culture that encourages innovative ideas, transform novel concepts into practical industry solutions and viable business. Okay, so somebody coming up with some novel idea, we have to ensure that that somebody is given the appropriate support system so that that idea can be actually nurtured and can be cultivated into a practical business, into a commercially viable business. Okay, when I say business, it's essentially an enterprise that is, putting in efforts, creating value, and out of that value, essentially generating economic benefits. Okay, so that's the whole purpose or the vision behind actually setting up this MU Ideas Incubation Center of the university. So MU Ideas Foundation, like I said, is the incubator of the University of Mumbai and is supported by Maharashtra State Innovation Society. So this is the government of Maharashtra body, and MU Ideas is supported by that specific body through certain funds that they make available for us. And it is also created as a Section 8 company, meaning it is a not-for-profit organization. MU Ideas Foundation is a not-for-profit organization, and therefore it is controlled or governed by a board of directors, which are basically part of that particular organization. And obviously, it is controlled through the policy. I mean, the innovation incubation policy of the University of Mumbai. Okay, as an entity, as a non-governmental organization, and as a state government incubator, we are also eligible to essentially accept corporate social. Under the corporate social responsibility, we are eligible to accept funds for promoting this particular objectives. So these are, some of the focus areas that basically we are, trying to work on and enable students or faculty members who want to essentially come in with these particular ideas and basically, start their own startups or start their own organizations behind it. So certain, focus areas like fintech, finance technology, biotechnology, nanotechnology, e-commerce and retail, information technology, artificial intelligence, process intensification, renewable energy, then ESDM and semiconductor devices, polymers and magnetic materials, and several others. So we are not going to restrain or refrain from accepting a specific startup. It is just that we will be evaluating that particular concept, that idea, from the feasibility or the practicality point of view, and from the commercial benefit point of view. So these are some, prerequisites for somebody to essentially enroll with us as an incubatee. Now, when I say incubatee, it is basically the organization that they have, and that they basically start with us as an incubatee and set up their startup with the help of University of Mumbai. So what does this particular MU Ideas Foundation provide, as a support to these particular startups? So one, we are enabling the startups to have access to state-of-the-art laboratories. So there are so as you are aware, University of Mumbai has several departments in the science and technology domain, and we are enabling access of these departments, the machines which we have, including the nanoscience and nanotechnology. So if, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, the nanoscience and nanotechnology, just that facility itself is an investment of somewhere close to 100 crores. And basically we have some of this, very state of the art equipments. We have some courses which are run, for the masters and PhD on nanoscience. And essentially we are enabling somebody who is coming up with that sort of an idea, on a nanotech based product, to essentially create a startup out of it. Now, let me give you an example. So, everyone is aware today in this COVID scenario, right? Basically, the diagnosis of COVID that is going on, several of those components which are used in that diagnostic, the diagnosis, the RT-PCR diagnosis which is used, or for that matter, the chip-based diagnosis which is used for COVID, these are based on nanotechnology. Okay, so somebody who actually comes up with such, brilliant ideas, that okay, I want to actually, have this particular nanotech-based product, and I want to create a startup on it. So we would be enabling that particular startup access to our nanotechnology, laboratories. Similarly, if somebody needs some access, to a specific equipment which is available in the in universities, some other department, then we would enable that particular access. Then additionally, once the startup is enrolled with us, we would be enabling industry linkages. For example, if that startup is developing some product, some value addition product for a specific industry, then we will help that particular startup to connect with that industry and essentially both gain the understanding of behind that particular product, and also hopefully eventually convert that particular or hopefully convert that industry into a potential customer for this startup. Okay. Then mentoring. So, mentoring is essentially support in terms of the technicalities behind a certain idea, certain concept, and take the help of, the large data, I mean, the large, human resource which is available with the university in the form of several experts in different domains, several faculty experts in different domains who can be necessarily tapped into, and we can try and take their help for the students or the faculty members who want to understand the technicalities involved into their startups. So that is one more, major support that MU Ideas through this particular incubation center we are started. Then obviously, like, some other physical support, for example, the office infrastructure, like the desk and those things. Then, University of Mumbai also has a IPR cell, intellectual property rights cell. So if, some startup actually comes up with a patenting idea or something, we'll actually, like, how to go about and file the patents and understand, like, the different concepts or involved into the intellectual property associated with their specific startup. Then, like I said, the office infrastructure, like the office spaces, internet, telephone, etc. These are certain things. Then, for example, conference facilities, conference room, meeting rooms. These are certain things that we are enabling for. We are also trying to, work out through the investor meets and different investors who are actually interested in putting money into specific startups, to arrange these particular investor meets and perhaps, like, try and arrange seed funding for these startups. So we are also trying to work with some government institutions wherein, like, certain seed funding can be made possible for deserving and qualified startups. Okay, and then there is obviously a large network of alumni of the University of Mumbai, to which the access, so this particular network is also tapped into, and we are enabling access for the startups to this network as well. So this is, just the infrastructure plan right now. So we have a space of about somewhere close to 25,000 square feet, maybe a little more, along with the auditorium, etc. But basically, this is how, like, the plan is. Essentially, these are certain co-working spaces that are being conceptualized, and very shortly the work is going to start on this particular project. So we would be having, like, these office spaces, conference rooms, etc. for the startups or their respective teams to come in and sit and essentially, like, work on their organizations, work for their organization. Yeah. Now these are some of the startups which are already with us. Okay, Sikora Technologies, which is basically a nanotech-based startup involved in creating antimicrobial coating, nanotech-based antimicrobial coating. Go Shunya, which is basically a waste management-based startup. Dwarpara, which is a sewage treatment startup. Then we are a fintech, which is a financial technology startup. 2KR, this is another financial technology. Maskill, which is an agricultural technology startup. So likewise, I mean, there are basically, like, several such startups which are now enrolled with us, and we are helping them out to recognize their ideas, to essentially enable their ideas to get converted into successful products, and down the line, like, into successful organizations. So these are some of the activities that we have been conducting. Several, conferences, for example, in relationship with the innovation incubation and, essentially understanding of the different concepts in this particular domain. So the first one is where, the honorable Minister for Higher Education, Shri Uday Samantji, had attended that as well, which was basically a one-day session on catalyzing incubation conducted for different colleges across the University of Mumbai's, across the state of Maharashtra. And then there was, there were certain rural and entrepreneurship awareness programs that were conducted, where myself and our CEO, Mr. Radesh Surya Rao, had visited this particular place in Konkan, and had conducted these sessions for the rural folks over there. Then there were certain seminars that we arranged for IPR, the intellectual property rights, then design thinking. So these are certain concepts which are very important when somebody actually starts, trying to plan for their own respective organizations. They need to know, what are the different basics or concepts of intellectual property, which is patents or copyrights or trademarks, and then, like, how to necessarily use them to ensure the safety of your own idea or your own product prototype, whatever you might have created. Then these were some other such sessions that we conducted, mentoring sessions. For example, that is Dr. Mrinalini Paterkine from Harrisburg University in the United States. And she conducted one session on interfacing nanotechnology and biotechnology, and the several opportunities which exist in that. Then there was another session which was conducted by Mr. Vaze, who's a CA by profession, and he actually gave several nuances about how to form your own companies, what are private limited companies, what are the partnership organizations, what sort of government compliances are needed for all these particular organizations or these startups to be created. So awareness programs on those things. Then there were certain interactions that we have been conducting with the government bodies, for example, the Kalyan Dombivli Smart City Forum or the Mira Bhayandar Smart City Municipal Corporation. And there were certain transport for all initiatives that were actually taken up. So these are just some of these particular programs that have been going on. Then this was the investor meet that had been taken up, the master class on investing by this particular venture capital organization 100x and its promoter Mr. Sanjay Mehta. So basically these are several and this is just a list of different activities. We have been doing a lot of these activities now through the University of Mumbai, and several people have been able to take able to take get utility out of it. They have been able to use these particular sessions and understand the concepts behind them. And essentially, I am being approached myself as well as Mr. Radesh. We are being approached continuously by different people to try and understand more on their startup ideas, on how they might be able to take this further, etc. So then, the ecosystem partnerships that we are planning, Atal Innovation Mission, and basically, that is being organized by Venture Center. So we are essentially partnering with Venture Center to conduct these particular sessions. Venture Investing Masterclass, the 100x VC venture capital session that had happened. Incubation best practices masterclass. This is something that we are, we conduct with the CIBA, the Center for Incubation and Business Acceleration, existing in New Bombay. And then is back on. That is basically something the Indian STEP and Business Incubator Association from Chennai. These are a few things that we have been essentially partnering with and conducting these particular things in collaboration. Now, one of our success stories I mentioned about Sikora, this startup called Sikora Technologies, which came up with this antimicrobial, disinfectant solution, nanotech-based disinfectant solution. Now, this particular product has been purchased by a listed organization called as Rosary Biotech Limited, and essentially they have invested into this startup to quite an extent, and that is Mr. Nawab Malik, the Honorable Minister for the Honorable Minister of Government of Maharashtra, and interacting with Yash, who's the young guy, the student who actually created this particular startup. And a lot of these efforts are now slowly have started to bear fruits as well. So these are some of the upcoming events, and I would encourage you guys to understand more about these events and perhaps participate into this. There is a new research innovation cohort which is being called in February. So we would be releasing this particular notification very shortly. It is essentially research-based startups which students can might be coming up with, and we would help them understand the patenting and all these aspects behind them, and we would enable them to essentially come in as pre-incubation startups and then help them essentially create their own organizations, etc. And then Startup Innovation Mega Event in collaboration with Marshall's Foundation. This is coming up on 29th of March in the Worli Center. And essentially, this is going to be chaired by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suhas Pednekar. I'm also hoping that it would be attended by Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar as well. And where basically several startups from different colleges and different affiliated colleges, as well as even schools for that matter, would be actually demonstrating their products, and essentially exhibition is going to be conducted for them. Then we are also coming up with an MOU with Mumbai Municipal Corporation to help startups with pilot opportunities in the government sector. For example, the sewage treatment or the waste management and things like that. which essentially, is supported by, to a large extent by the municipal corporations. So we are actually trying to, build up these MOUs with them as well, so that our startups would actually be able to gain out of that. So this is our website, and I would strongly encourage you to take a look at this website. That is www.muideas.org. And in this particular website, there is this particular startup application form. So if you have a specific idea or a specific startup that you are thinking on, you can just click on this and submit your information about the startup to us and through this website, and we would be then immediately able to get the information. We would perhaps schedule a session with you to understand more about your startup plans, and then if we find you qualified enough to essentially come up as a startup, we would be happy to get you enrolled with the University of Mumbai's MU Ideas incubation center. So that's about it. I thought, in a very short duration, I would try to give you the exposure to what all things the university is actually, has come up with. And I'm really thankful to the organizers, Dr. Sibyl, Dr. Anjali, Dr. Gauri, to have included me into this particular, session, because I think these are some of the forums through which, these particular efforts which the university is taking up or has taken up can be communicated to the different stakeholders, which is essentially the student community which is associated with the university. So with that, I would, end this particular session. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to take them. You can perhaps post them into the chat box if there are any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni, for a really wonderful presentation. In a very short while, you have put forward all the activities of the cell as well as the support systems. I'm sure the students might have some questions. Dear students, if you have some questions, you
can raise hands, ma'am. You can raise hands.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Aditya
yes.
is there. Aditya, yeah, please go ahead. Aditya, unmute yourself, please. Aditya, you can unmute. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Sir, myself, Aditya. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to ask a question. Sir, regarding this startup, I just wanted to ask, is everyone eligible? What is the basic eligibility for a person so that he or she can have a startup, like be an entrepreneur?
Well, I mean, the eligibility is that you have to be a human being. That's all.
So, sir, age is not a limit?
Oh, no, absolutely not. So, age is not a limit. You don't have to be a student of University of Mumbai. There are certain benefits if you are a student or an alumni of the University of Mumbai with respect to the, charges and all those things that perhaps follow on. But, otherwise, this particular incubation center is open for any and everyone. And the only objective is that essentially, any novel idea that is coming up can be, taken up to the best of the capabilities and abilities of the different stakeholders involved to the maximum extent, so that, a good product can come out and perhaps employment opportunities are generated. These are the objectives.
Sir, I have one more question.
Sure.
Sir, nowadays we see everyone wants to have a new startup, like they want something, they want to do something innovative, be it in field of catering, like in food industry or any other such industry. So which I just have this question. I mean, I don't know if I should ask this or not. I am really very shy about this, but does government support only those which are related to research and all, or will government support all those other startups which are just which include other industries other than research and science and development?
So see, I mean, there is no, like I said, that basically the support is completely subject agnostic, meaning that it is essentially not at all specific to any subject or any domain. Okay, the important aspect is that the idea or the concept that you're coming in with is feasible technically and practically, And the other important thing is that essentially it has the potential to generate a business out of it. Okay,
Okay.
so basically, if you come to me and say that, look, I have so and so particular product that I'm developing or I have developed. Now, my question to you is, who are going to be your customers? Okay, who's going to purchase this particular thing from you?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are certain basic questions first, that need to be understood and addressed and answered before actually, such startups are taken up. Now, many times we also come across situations where students or somebody who has thought of something is not really able to answer this question. And in such cases, what we do is we ourselves try to see, understand the concept, the idea, and perhaps if we have certain, possible solutions or possible answers for that, we would actually suggest those answers to them. And then we would enable that startup to take that specific direction towards a certain customer base. Now that customer could be a direct customer, like any member from the society, or it could be like some industry, which is potentially a customer, or it could be like I said, the municipal corporations, which could be potential customers for such start. So these are certain things which a student may not be completely aware at that particular stage, but we will help them to realize that particular these possibilities. Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you so much.
So thank you for your question.
Thank you, Dr. Samir.
Yeah. So if there are any questions that students want to ask, feel free to gather them. Perhaps they can be emailed over to me. My email address is there with you anyway. So with the
Or even we
organizers.
can paste the email address of sir on the chat.
Yes, sir. I will have to request Dr. Kale to do that. Anjali ma'am, if it's possible to paste Dr. Samir's email address.
I can just type it myself.
Sure, that'd be nice, sir. That'd be nice.
So I've just put in that.
Yes, we got it.
So
Yes,
I can
we-
be
Yes.
approached on that email address. That's not an issue. All right, great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope I have been able to provide certain insights.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much,
Thank you very
sir.
much.
For your, in a very short while, you have managed to give a very clear idea of how the department functions and how it can support all our young students who might want to become entrepreneurs and might have so many bright ideas, but might not have a clear idea of how the university can support them. In fact, sir, I want to share with you that in the pre-SIP survey, many students have mentioned that they would like to learn how to start their own company. So I'm sure.
Yeah, perfect. I mean,
yes.
I think they should start following our website, because we actually put, have these different seminars. Many of them are actually free to attend. Many of them are, online nowadays. So, most of these are happening online. But before this COVID was there, we also used to organize it like, in the offline mode. And, I would encourage the students to keep a watch on the website so that they are aware about, these sessions which keep coming up,
Yes.
and hopefully they can benefit out of them.
So students, please do follow, keep abreast with whatever is happening in the cell. And I'm sure we'll have many unicorns come up through the collaboration of the students' bright ideas and this department from the University of Mumbai. Once again, Dr. Samir Kulkarni, thank you so much for spending your time with us and for your wonderful presentation. Thanks so much.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Civil would like to give closing remarks. Dr. Civil, ma'am.
No, I just would like to sir, to draw your attention to see how the students have overwhelmingly expressed their gratitude to you in the chat as well as on the YouTube. So thank you so much. And as Dr. Gauri
Thank you very
said,
much. I really
that
appreciate
this
it.
session was something that they were looking for, even in a UHV program, that is value education. They wanted to know more about this from the university. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Samir, sir. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Mohan Rao, sir, will you take
yes,
it
ma'am.
from here, sir? I invite you to just take over the session from here.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. I'm part of you, ma'am. You don't have to make me take over. Yeah. Thank you so much. Welcome again. Good afternoon to all students. I think there's a phenomenal response on both YouTube and here. So thank you so much. So you had your first part of the Know Your University Mumbai session, Dr. Sameer. Now we move on to session 2, which is from 4 to 5:30. We are almost on time, right? And that will be on aspirations and concerns at individual level by Sri Umesh Jadhav sir, and Sujay sir is the backup. And between 5:30 5:45, we'll have the typical bio break, where we'll take questions those who are connected both on YouTube and on Zoom. And at 5:45 to 6:45, we have session 3, the resolution of concerns, peer pressure, reactions, which most of you are, will be affected when you join. You all become part of the world of peer pressure. That will be again taken by Umesh sir. And then 6:45 and Srinidhi Gindi. And 6:45 to 7:30, like yesterday, we'll have a very open interactive session on session 4. So again, it will be led by Umesh sir. As you must have seen, this is the help desk numbers. If any of you have any difficulty, of course, we are having overwhelming response on Zoom. So most of us are still out, but I guess it will settle down. If any difficulty, you can call any of these numbers, both on YouTube or any difficulty, you can call them up. Right. You must have seen on your chat, we have posted the slides of today. Today's presentations, both on session 2 and session 3. They are on your Google Drive. You can open and access it and simultaneously view as it goes on. It's your choice. But here we need your cooperation. We still see some people with nicknames like 007, Vivo, iPhone, right? Please replace your nickname with your name and surname for 2 important reasons. That one, we get to know who is asking the question. I'm sure we would like to call you by your name and not your call you 007 James Bond or something. So please write your name and surname. Use the chat. Please use the minimum user chat for doing anything else except responding to questions. Because this is very important that when resource persons ask you questions, right, which you have to interact through chat, then if any other message go in chat, it distracts your friends, your students who are listening to it, and also resource person. So it's used only for responding to that. And if you want to ask questions, please raise your hand. The option is there. I think all of you know that. Please raise your hands, and when the polls are taken, the questions will be picked up depending on the time that is there. I'm sure you will cooperate and you will enjoy this session. So with this few words, I now invite Umesh sir. Umesh sir, welcome. Good afternoon to you, sir. And stop sharing. Yeah. Umesh sir, yeah. Right, we see some hand raised. Yes, Shweta Jadhav, what you would like to ask? Yes, ma'am. Yes, Shweta, unmute yourself. Yeah, okay, fine. Yes, sir.
Rohit sir and Anjali madam, sir, just a request that if they could unlock the meeting and there is space on the Zoom, if they could admit students.
Ma'am, there are still some faculty not entered. That's the reason why it is
So we cannot, we can keep
Yeah,
a few
you'll do it
seats,
now.
but I
You'll do
think
it.
we need to get the students that have been very soon.
Yeah, one more request, Rohit sir, you're not responding on the phone. Just make Umesh sir the co-host, please. Rohit sir, please make Umesh Jadhav sir the co-host. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Namaste, all the distinguished faculties, students, and the faculty volunteers. We are into day 2 of this 6 days workshop on universal human values. Yesterday, we talked about our basic aspiration. And I hope that each one of you must have keep exploring even after the session, even in the daytime today, that what I always urge for. So have you explored on this particular issue, that your basic aspiration is continuity of happiness and prosperity, and all other aspirations are basically rooted with the same thing? Have you done that exercise? Maybe you can respond in the chat box saying yes and no. The students connected through YouTube and even through Zoom can respond to it. Okay, so it's nice to see your response, and you did that exploration, and you started doing that exploration, in fact, since yesterday, identifying the basic aspiration. Then we also discussed yesterday that, my basic aspiration is to ensure the continuity of harmony within, the happiness and the prosperity. And for that, essentially, 3 things are required: right understanding. So right understanding, which means understanding harmony, starting from our individual level, family, society, nature, and existence. And this is the whole expanse of our being. Every moment, we are living at all of these levels. We are living as an individual, as a member of family, society, nature, existence. So understanding harmony at each of this level, that is what the right understanding is. And with such right understanding, we will be able to identify our relatedness and connectedness with the human beings and the nature. So that is what the relationship and the physical facilities. So we have this basic aspiration of continuous happiness and prosperity. And for that, these 3 things are required: right understanding, relationship, and physical facilities in the set priority order. Now, if you start listing down your problems and your concerns, you would find that all of your problems and concerns can be categorized into 3. The number 1, there are some problems due to the lack of physical facilities. For example, you are hungry and there is no enough food to eat. So this is a problem of lack of physical facilities. So any problem which is associated with the lack of physical facility can be fulfilled by having that particular physical facility only. Are you able to see that? If you need a cloth, then the need of the cloth can be fulfilled by having the cloth only. If you need a house, the need of the house can be fulfilled by having a house only. So the problems which are associated with lack of physical facility can be fulfilled by having that particular physical facilities. Similarly, the problems due to the lack of relationship, it can be resolved by understanding and living with relationship only. If you are not able to, have this feelings of relationship within family, and you are constructing a new house. So the new house is a physical thing which suffices the need of the physical facilities, but it cannot fulfill or it cannot solve the issues and the troubles are there due to the lack of relationship. So are you able to see that these are the 2 different things: physical facility and relationship? We need both, and to fulfill both, this right understanding is required. So the right understanding becomes the first priority along with the relationship and physical facility. You must have done your assignments yesterday, your homework, and probably you must be exploring the content shared yesterday continuously within yourself. So yesterday we had discussed that there are 4 levels of living: individual, family, society, and nature. So we will focus on the aspiration and concerns at each of these at the individual level in this session, in the today's session. So try and make a list. I mean, this much we discussed yesterday. Let me see if there is any sort of question based on the discussions we had till yesterday. So if you have any question or any sharing related to the discussions we had till yesterday, you may raise your hands. And Sujay Bhaiya or Vinay Bhaiya could help me out, providing microphone to the students. Yes. Any co-host can help me if there any hand is being raised.
Yeah, yes, sir, you're there. No issue.
All right.
No hand is raised.
Okay. So if there is any question or any sharing, your takeaways, your reflections, your understanding you want to share from the yesterday's session, and doing the assignments, what you have understood, you may raise your hands. Yes, Gaurav Sharma.
First of all, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Sir,
Gaurav.
yes, yesterday when you were talking about the value education, like हमको value education कब से education system में introduce करना चाहिए. So for that I have some points like वो childhood से like suppose primary section से हमें वो education system में include करना चाहिए.
गौरव, आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही है.
Hello sir, am I audible now?
हाँ, अभी ठीक है, आप कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं जहां आपने स्टॉप किया था.
ओके, तो सर मैं ये बोल रहा था कि हमें प्राइमरी सेक्शन से ही वैल्यू एजुकेशन इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए, बिकॉज ये वो टाइम है जब चिल्ड्रंस की अपब्रिंगिंग डेवलप होती है, एंड जब हमारी अपब्रिंगिंग डेवलप होती है उस समय हम जो भी चीजें सीखते हैं वैसे ही हमारा बिहेवियर बन जाता है, जिसको बाद में अडल्ट बनने के बाद काफी मुश्किल होता है चेंज करना. So that was I was like to share.
Yeah, nice and thank you. I mean, it's a very good suggestion that the value education shall be the part of the school curriculum. So in the formative age, if the student gets exposed to the value plus skills, ये दोनों भी बातों को एक्सपोजर मिलता रहा, तो फिर आने उनके जो मिडिल स्कूल, हायर स्कूल्स, फिर कॉलेज से आते आते बहुत सारी क्लैरिटी अपने में बन पाएगी, स्किल्स को भी अपने में डेवलप कर पाएंगे. वो तो बिल्कुल ठीक है, लेकिन क्या करें, अभी हम लोग इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में आ चुके हैं, अभी तो हम प्राइमरी में जा नहीं सकते. तो हमारे लिए भी आवश्यक है, प्राइमरी में जो पढ़ रहे हैं स्टूडेंट्स उनके लिए भी आवश्यक है. एंड द एफर्ट्स आर गोइंग ऑन इन बोथ द डायरेक्शंस. It has already become the part of the higher education, and now there are some organizations and the states are also working on to introduce it in the school education. I can give like one of the example is Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh has started value education in their schools. So hopefully similar model will be replicated in all the different states of India. Thank you. Yes, Aditya.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Yeah. So, sir, I came to Mumbai kind of a year ago. Actually, I am from Nagpur and I have studied till 12th in a CBSE school, and we had this as a subject, value education. So, sir, one thing I would like to suggest, like we are having this, like we are introducing it to the children and people, I mean, like I'll say for I'll represent, most of the youngsters who are of my age, who are 2-3 years younger. I guess everyone here might be around 18 to 20. I will be 20 soon, so please correct me if I'm wrong. So, sir, instead of just having talks about it, so sir, we could do. I mean, like if the faculties who are listening to me, if they could take some measures or some steps, like if we have kind of like an empathy week. Nowadays all these stuff, like it's very common if we see social media handles and all, but if we are trying to introduce it in an education system, we need to be more vocal about it. And the way we have practicals offline practicals, like everyone is there to perform it. Similarly, we should adapt some means to, normalize this as well. I would like to say this much only, because since childhood we have been only reading and reading. So it's like, okay, ek bar pad liya, then we gave an exam, we wrote something, we got 20 marks. All right, A1 grade, you have been passed. You got 97% in 10th. All right, you are passed. Go on. So that's it. I just wanted to suggest this. Thank you
Right,
so much
thank
for
you.
letting me speak.
Thank you for another suggestions for the implementations of value education effectively through practicums and tutorials and projects, live projects. Actually working in the society, working for the conservation and the preservation of nature, enrichment of the nature. So all these ideas are there, and I guess we can implement this idea only with the understanding. So those thoughts are required and the feelings are required. Once you have these thoughts and the feelings, then it gets reflected through your behavior, and it will get reflected through such sort of practicals and the tutorials and the projects also. I'll share you, very interesting example, my own example. When I was in the first year of my college, I was a part of NSS, and we had this tree plantation in a particular part of my city, Aurangabad. Second year I went to, in the second year I went, and then again we had this tree plantation on that particular day, celebrating the birth anniversary of the founder of our college. And what I realized, this was the same place, and in fact, this was the same hole where I planted the tree last year. So this is how sometimes it happens, right? So unless that tree plantation, the relatedness and the connectedness with the nature doesn't comes in my feelings and my thoughts, then the preservations and the protections of the tree would not happen. So that's the reason this right understanding holds the higher priority. So right understanding, relationship, and physical facility. With all these three in the set priority order, we can fulfill our basic aspiration of continuity of happiness and prosperity. So thank you for that question. YouTube students can also register their questions in the chat box. There are faculty members I have already joined with you on the YouTube. So the faculty members will read your questions and will pass on the questions to us. Any other question? Or any sharing, any takeaway, any learning from your yesterday's session? We expect that some of you could share your understanding, what you have understood through your yesterday's exploration. Okay, so shall we start today's discussion? Are you ready? If you are ready, you can just simply say yes in the chat. Are you ready? Nice. So we all are ready to discuss and verify this content on the basis of our natural acceptance. On the screen, you have two different lists. Left side indicating aspirations and the right side, a red color indicating concerns. This list is being prepared after talking and discussing to many students. So when you see the list of the aspiration, you want to be happy, you want to be healthy, you want to prosperous, you have a quest for the knowledge and you want to gain a knowledge. You want to develop that ability to decide properly on your own, independently. You want to have clarity in the thoughts. You want to have self-confidence. These are some of your aspirations. As a student and even as a human being, I do have same and similar aspiration. Now look at the right side of the screen, which is written in the red color. These are some of your concerns. There is a whole lot of stress and you want to come out of it. There is a whole lot of pressure of academics and you want to manage it properly. Now, when you go managing academics, when you go managing your friends, your relationship, the one more concern you have, and that is the time management. While going for the time management, there is another concern you have, that you are losing a good amount of time due to the illness, entertainment, domination by one gender by the other, pressure of placement, sometimes this overthinking, lots of negative thinking, lots of negative thought comes, and that makes you depressed. You have concern of attending classes. You have concern of peer pressure, temptation, anger, depression, etc., etc. So these are some of the common concerns, right? So each one of us has these aspirations, and each one of us has this, different concerns. Now, if you look at these concerns, I mean, first we see this aspiration. What you think that you are aspiring for, that you are desiring for these things. So you want to fulfill your aspirations and desires or not. And out of this aspiration, the basic aspiration is to ensure the continuity of happiness and prosperity, and to develop this right understanding within, the right feelings within. Develop the capacity to identify what is the role of physical facility, why the physical facility is required, and how much is physical facility is required. What do you think that should education help us to develop this ability through which we can fulfill our basic aspiration? Or the education should help us only on development of right skills so that we get a job? So if you look into these aspirations are fulfilled by these three things: right understanding, relationship, and physical facilities. So maybe we can have a poll here. And let me see if there is any input from any of the students. There's a poll on the screen. The students who got connected through YouTube can listen to this question and respond to this question in the chat box. The need for value education needs to help to ensure the right understanding and right feeling. Yes or no? Number 2 question, education needs to help us to ensure the right skills. Yes or no? You can respond to it. Education should help us to develop this right understanding. Yes or no? And education should help you to develop the right skills. Yes or no? Is there any question? Yeah, the moderators can also take up the question from the YouTube live. I'm also following YouTube, and I can see that every single student who got connected through YouTube is responding to the questions being asked. And the response is yes to both the questions. The response is yes to both the question. So out of 54% of the students who have already responded on the poll.
So
yes.
The question in chat from Aditya More. Education will help you to become good person, but what about fight of employment in society?
Yeah, that's the reason we are asking, both these things are necessary or not. That's the reason we are asking these things, that the ability to have a fulfilling life, this also need to develop, and the skills also need to be developed. This is the question we are asking. And if there is a combination of these two, if there's a proper balance between these two, right, such education would help us to develop within ourselves. Good. So when we see the response, everybody is responding. Value education is also important, and the skill education is also important. Both of these are important. And that is how, and that's why the University of Mumbai is taking efforts to provide you both the values as well as skills. Now, when we see the concerns, you want to come out of the stress. And for that, you may have some program which will help you to come out of the stress. But that is not only concern you have. You also want to manage this academic pressure. So now you're going for another program. And this time management is there. So for that, you are going for the another program. The time loss due to the illness. So you have to go for the another program. So if you make down the list of your concerns, and if you want to provide solutions to each one of these concerns, so many different programs you need to have on a regular basis. For example, how to come out of the depression and how to manage my anger, how to handle the peer pressure. Now just look at all of your concerns and see that these concerns are interdependent issues or they are interlinked with each other. What is the basic root of each of your concerns? So are there many different issues, or each of these concerns has a basic root? So if you are able to identify that basic root, then you will be able to work on it to resolve your concerns. So there's a question on the poll. The question 1, the concerns and their root issues. These concerns are interlinked and not interdependent issue. The question 2, there may be many issues, but there is a basic root issue. So you can respond to it yes, no, or I can't say. Let me see if there is any question on this. I would like to ask, any one of you can unmute yourself, raise your hands and unmute yourself. And, you can share your opinion on this particular issue, that these concerns, all of these concerns has got a basic root or not. Okay, so we move a little ahead. So we want to resolve our concerns, and what is essentially required for that let us see. The proposal is, the basic issue is the lack of right understanding. The proposal is the basic issue of lack of clarity within. And because of that, there is so much of confusion, and this confusion creates the concerns. So we want to have a fulfilling life, and for the fulfilling life, we need to understand from ourselves to the whole existence. So will we be able to live with fulfillment within? Will our concerns at individual level get resolved? So let us understand. Let us understand ourselves as a human being. Now, some of you must be thinking that we all know that we are human beings. Why do I need to understand a human being? What you think that if you have issues and the problems at each of these levels, individual, family, society, nature, and existence, and you want to provide a solution for this, from where shall you start? From individual, family, society, nature, or existence? So we have to start from ourselves. So the reason is understanding ourselves as a human being. The proposal is human being is the coexistence of self and body. So there are two different units which coexist, makes a human being. The one unit is self and the one unit is body. So we'll understand human being as the coexistence of self and body. You must be taking a lot of decisions, right? Every moment we keep taking decisions. So what do you think? Who is the taking decisions? The self or the body? There's a poll on the screen and you can respond to this question. Decision maker, who makes the decision? The self or the body? You are eating food, right? So the food is to provide nourishment to the body, but then who enjoys the taste of the food? The self or the body? You're listening to the music, right? You're watching a movie in a dark theater. Everywhere there's a dark, a small chair, you are just sitting and there are things going on the screen. So who enjoys this movie? The self or the body? Sometimes you feel high, sometimes you feel elated, sometimes you feel low, sometimes you feel depressed. So these feelings, high, low, depression, confident, less confident, all these things, who feels it? The self or the body? Right. So good to see that, most of you are able to see that this is the self who makes the decision. Myself is making the decisions for myself. Are you able to see to it? Now let us understand the coexistence of self and body on the basis of need. We will do a very systematic study of human being today. There are two different types of need. The one type is material in nature and the other is non-materialistic need. For example, happiness, respect, trust, love. This we need. We also need physical facilities. For example, food, clothes, cell phone, shoes. So are you able to see that you have two different types of need? The one is the need of physical facility, for example, food, and the other is the need of happiness, for example, respect. So the need of the physical facility is the need of the body, which is temporary in time. Is there anybody who eat continuously? Continuously, which means every moment. 60 minutes of hour, 7 days of the week, and 365 days of the month of the year. You're eating and eating only, continuously eating. Do you eat continuously or only whenever you are hungry? So what do you think, that the need of the food, the need of physical facility is temporary in time or continuous in time? Let us explore within yourself. Now, something which is required temporarily is also quantifiable. Let us say, you're going for a party and there is a huge buffet, well-garnished food being served. A lot of things are there to eat in a huge quantity. Can you finish the whole buffet? Or you could consume only a little part of the whole buffet. So what do you think? That the need of the physical facility is limited in quantity or it's unlimited in quantity? You may have, let's say 50 plus pairs of clothes. There's a possibility that some of the students must have opened their wardrobe yesterday to count how many pairs of clothes they have. So you may have 50 pairs of clothes, but at a particular point of time, the need of your clothes is limited or it's unlimited. So the need of the body is physical facility, which is temporary in time, and it is quantitative in quantity. It's required in limited quantity. Are you able to see to it? Any question on this? Is there any need of physical facility which is unlimited or which is continuous? Okay. Now let us see the need of the self.
So there's a question on YouTube
Yep.
from Alfai Sheikh. What do you mean by differentiation relationship? What are the issues on which differentiation relationship is prevalent in the society?
Yeah, we will talk about the relationship from tomorrow onwards. We are going to spend minimum 3 sessions on understanding relationship. Today, just look on this particular aspect and explore within yourself. This relationship is naturally acceptable to you or not. Whenever you have this feeling of relationship within you, are you in harmony or disharmony? So such observations we can do today, and from tomorrow onwards, when we talk on the relationship, there is possibility that you may get few inputs on your questions, but keep your questions open till tomorrow. Thank you for the question.
Can I ask you one more question, sir? Swapnil Gaurav is asking how to control overthinking about relationship.
Very nice. So this is the reason we need to understand ourselves as a human being. And that's what we are going for. So slowly and gradually, we will unfold each one of this, the thinking, overthinking, relationship, and all these aspects. But let us observe ourselves and understand that there is only a self, there is only a body, or there's a coexistence of self and body. Am I having these 2 different types of needs or not? The one is the need of physical facility, which is the need of body, temporary in time and quantitative in quantity. The another need I have, and that's the need of the self. For example, happiness, respect, which is continuous in time. Is there any moment when you do not want to be happy? So after eating the food, before eating the food, while eating the food, between the 2 food, every moment, you want this happiness, you want this respect. So something which is continuous cannot be quantified. So it's qualitative. And what does qualitative means? Either you are happy or the lack of happiness is unhappiness. Normally we say that I am very happy today. So that very happy is basically we mean to say that I'm very excited today. Happiness is basically harmony within. And I can ensure the continuity of harmony. Excitement cannot be continued. Let me give an example. You got 98%, right? So result is declared, you got 98% and you're excited. But can you ensure the continuity of that excitement? Somebody, liked your post on Instagram. And let us say you're getting like overwhelming response and the like on the post. Let's say 100 plus. Is that excitement or happiness? So can you remain in the same state even next hour, next day, next month? Or that excitement just disappears? Another important thing is that whenever you are in the state of excitement, just try and observe. Number 1, will you be able to maintain the continuity of it? And number 2, if you try to makes its continuity, does it becomes irritable or not? Let us see, a favorable food is being served, right? You get very excited eating that food. But if you continuously eating that food, doesn't reach to the state of intolerable. So is this happiness? So what happiness is basically the state of harmony within. So it's qualitative, right? You have respect, or the lack of feeling of respect at this moment is the disrespect. You have trust, or the lack of trust is the mistrust. So are you able to see that these needs are the two different types of need? And both the types of needs are important. Do you want to fulfill both the types of needs or only one type of need? And the most important question, are you working to fulfill both the types of needs? And while fulfilling both the types of need, what is the priority between self and the body? Do you focus more on fulfilling the need of self or more on fulfilling the need of the body? So let us have a poll here. And let me see if there is any question from students. So if the students have any question, may raise the hand.
From YouTube, the question is there. Gawali, self also makes a decision and body acts on the decision.
All right, thank you. Very nice.
And if one more question is there, sir, from Kulkarni.
Let me answer to it.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Yeah. So let us see that who makes the decision. You know, for example, hunger. That sensation of hunger comes from the body. But then is it the body who is taking decision of what to eat, what not to eat, when to eat, when not to eat? Or it's you who is taking the decision, the self is taking the decision. You know, sometimes what happens, the sensation of hunger keeps coming from the body. But as a self, you ignore that sensation. A very simple example of this is the fasting. So sometimes, you know, you don't eat for 1 day. Sometimes you don't eat for the 9 days. Sometimes you don't eat even for the whole month. Isn't it? So who is taking decision? Is it the self or is it the body? Yeah. What's the second question, Bia?
Second is from YouTube, Kulkarni. If someone wants to be physically fit, then is that the need of self or need of body? Or is it coexistence of both?
Yeah, basically, if you look into, you know, who wants the body has to be fit? It's me. It's a self. So self wants to have this healthy body. And this is what the self-regulation. So if I understand my want, I want to nurture my body. I want to keep my body healthy. This is what our aspiration. You want to make your body healthy or unhealthy? You want to nurture your body or you want to harm your body? Let us ask this question to yourself, and you will find your natural acceptance is to nurture the body, to ensure the health of the body. So this is what the self want. And this is what is called self-regulation. So if I understand that it is my responsibility to nurture and protect and do the right utilization of my body, then we fulfill it. Correct? But if there is confusion, then with that confusion, there is a possibility that to make ourselves happy, happiness is the need of the self. We may try to fulfill the need of the self with physical facility, let us say overeating. So this confusion is there. And with such sort of confusions, I may not be able to participate in ensuring the health of the body. Okay. Yes, Harshdeep, you can unmute yourself. Harshdeep.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Before you raises the question that what is the difference between our soul and the body? Sir, I think our body is a means of celebrating happiness, but the real enjoyment is done by our mind. For example, if our favorite IPL team won the match and we fired the cracker for celebrating the enjoyment of the celebrating, but the real enjoyment is done by soul. Thanks, sir, from my side.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So you're able to see that, it's the self who is enjoying. So it's the self who is the seer, who is the doer, and who is the enjoyer. And body, through body we express it. Thank you. So looking at the results of the poll, the need are of the same type or the different types. So 69% are saying yes, and 21% have responded saying no. Okay. Now let us see the fulfillment. We need both. And we need to fulfill both the needs of the self and the needs of the body. But out of these two, the need of the self is continuous and the need of the body is temporary. So what do you think at the level of efforts, where you want to put in a continuous efforts and where you have to put in a temporary efforts? Let us understand how the need of the self and the need of the body gets fulfilled by. So the need of the body gets fulfilled by physiochemical things. The clothes, the food, the house, a car, mobile, anything is made up of physiochemical things. But when you see the need of the self, it gets fulfilled by right understanding and right feelings. So relationship, harmony, for this, you need to have this right understanding and right feeling. So these are the different sources. So education should help us to make this required physical facility available by right skills, and also shall help us in development of this right understanding and right feelings with it. So the need of the body cannot be fulfilled by right understanding. Let me give an example. Like if you come to my house as a guest, for a couple of days, and for the couple of days, I keep talking to you with a lot of affection and a lot of love, with lots of respect and trust on you. But I'm only interacting with you, not even asking to have a glass of water or providing you food. Will it do? Will it work? No. Let us take another example. So only right understanding and right feeling may suffice the need of the self, but not the body. And there is a bodily needs also. Now let us take another example. I'm providing you lots of food every time. Even if you are not hungry, I'm asking you with lots of affection to have more and more. Okay. I'm providing food, more and more food. I'm continuously providing food. But that respect is not being ensured. And I'm saying that खा ले, नहीं मिलता होगा, पता नहीं कहाँ से आ गए. लेकिन फिर भी, like every time I'm saying, I'm giving you food. But while offering this food, using this sort of words, will it do? ये भी नहीं चलेगा. क्यों नहीं चलेगा? क्योंकि शरीर की आवश्यकता तो पूरी हो रही है खाना कंटिन्यूअसली देने से, लेकिन सेल्फ की आवश्यकता पूरी नहीं हो पा रही है. So the need of the body cannot be fulfilled by right understanding and right feelings alone, and the need of the self cannot be fulfilled by physiochemical things alone. So both the needs have to understood separately, and both the needs have to fulfill separately. Now the important question, in our living, where do we focus more? Are you focusing more on fulfilling the need of self, or are you focusing more on fulfilling the need of body? How much time and efforts is spent for physical facility, and how much time and efforts is spent for the right understanding and right feelings? Yeah. Any question? or any reflection? Okay.
Yes, there's a question from chat on YouTube
Yes.
from Shiv Shankar Shilwant. What is the real happiness of life?
Yeah. In fact, when we say happiness, or the true meaning of happiness is basically having harmony within. So, in the state or a situation where I live, if there is harmony, if there is synergy, then I want to continue with the same state and situation, right? So being in a state of harmony is happiness. So the state which I want to continue, and the continuity is possible. And by doing the continuity, I feel okay in myself. That is what the happiness is. Wherein, when we see unhappiness is basically the contradictions within. Let us an example. We want to live with the feeling of relationship, but there is whole sort of confusions. And because of that confusions, the feelings of oppositions, thoughts of oppositions are going in you. So you do not want to be in that state, but you have been forced to be in that state because of lack of clarity within. So that contradiction within, the gap between what I really want to be and what I am, that gap causes the unhappiness. So happiness is to be in a state of harmony within. And to ensure that harmony, this right understanding and right feelings is required. It's get fulfilled by right understanding and right feeling.
Right, so the one more question is there.
Yep.
From Rasika Patel. Is it not important to have a good and positive environment also?
Yeah, I mean, let us see this. This is very interesting one, that there is a good environment around me. Let me give you these two examples. The one example, we are celebrating a big festival at home. So the environment is good around. We have painted house. We got new clothes. We have prepared a lot of new things to eat. So environment is good. But if you are not in harmony within, can you enjoy that celebration? Let me give another example. You are going on a tour, you are going on a picnic, an excursion with your family. So you have booked the best hotel, you're going to the restaurant, the best of the restaurants available in that particular city. It's a favorable destination. Everything is good around you. But in your own self, you're not in harmony within. Can you enjoy that environment? And let's put it in a different way. Even the environment around me is not favorable, but you are in harmony within. So think about it. Okay. Now let us see the activity of the self and body. The activity of the body is like eating and walking, for example, which is temporary in time. Can you continue with any of the activity of the body? So it's temporary in time. But when you look into the activity of the self, like desire, thoughts, and expectations, these three things together is called imagination. So this is continuous in you or not? Every moment, are you busy desiring something, thinking something, expecting something or not? Whenever you get aware of yourself, you would find that some or the other thing is going on in you. So the activity of the self, desire, thoughts, and expectation is continuous. The activity of the body is temporary. So when we see the human being as the coexistence of self and body, the need of the body is physical facility, which is temporary in time, quantitative in quantity. It's get fulfilled by physiochemical things. The activity of the body, like eating and walking, is temporary in time. When we see the need of the self, happiness, which is continuous in time, it is qualitative. It's get fulfilled by right understanding and right feeling. And the activity of the self, desire, thoughts, and expectations are also continuous. So does understanding of human being makes a difference in our living? For example, while selecting and eating the food, what is desirable? A, body is nourished and the self is happy. B, body is nourished and the self is unhappy. C, body is nourished and the self is happy. And the four, body is not nourished and the self is unhappy. So these are the four options. We can respond to it, A, B, C, D. And also observe while selecting and eating food, what is happening today? A, B, C, or D? So find out what happens at the level of self and body when someone is forcing you to eat when you are not hungry, or when you are eating junk food, when you are consuming something which is not nourishing the body, not nurturing the body. You select a nutritious and tasty food to eat, and while serving the plate, someone just pushed that plate to you and say, le khale. So find out what happens in all these situations and scenarios. Now also try to understand, when do you commit, or when do you tend to make more mistakes? A, when you are disturbed within. B, when you are comfortable within. So when you tend to commit the more mistake, A or B? So this way, we can understand the mistakes more happens when I am disturbed within. And whenever I'm comfortable within, with that comfort, with that clarity, with that harmony, I interact with the people outside. So what do you think, that the state of comfort within in the self is essentially required or not? It's important or not? Now, again, another important thing, this need of the self. This need of the self is same for all, or it's different for the different people. For example, what do you think? A small child in the family also needs respect or not? What about an old man in the family, or even outside the family? What about a rich man? What about a wealthy man? What about a sweeper, a well-dressed person, and a beggar? Someone who speaks English and someone who cannot speak fluent English. What do you think? This need of respect is naturally acceptable to everyone, or only few? So the need of respect is naturally acceptable to everyone. If this is our natural acceptance is for the respect and not disrespect, then in every interaction with other, are you able to ensure this feeling of respect, or it is conditional? Whenever other is talking in your language, the other is talking and allowing you to do whatever you want to do, then only the feeling of respect get expressed, or in all cases, the feeling of respect, is there in the form of expression. Very good exploration. And as we are discussing and exploring more, I guess nice answers are coming on the poll. Out of 240 students have responded, 32% of the students have responded. 43% are able to see that it is conditional. So something which I want to have unconditionally, but it is conditional in my expression, in my imagination, That is what my disharmony, and that causes a lot of disturbance and turmoil within. So let us see that, we have discussed this need of self and the need of the body in terms of time, activity of the self and activity of the body, right? All these needs for the same for all the human beings, or they are different for the different people. Very important conclusions we can draw out of it. This is the same for all human beings, which means every human being is similar to me. If I have this clarity, then that feeling of relationship is being ensured and the unconditional respect is being ensured. Is the program for the fulfillment of need is the same for all the human beings, or it's different for the different people? So let us observe on this. The need of the self gets fulfilled by physical facilities. The need of the body gets fulfilled by physical facilities, and the need of the self gets fulfilled by right understanding and right feeling. So the program of ensuring right understanding and right feeling and becoming happy, program for producing or making the physical facility available and fulfilling the need of the body, this program is the same for all, or it's different for the different people? For the man, woman, for young, old, students, teacher, Indians, American, rich and poor, whatever the different category we have. So to sum up what we discussed till now, that the human being is the coexistence of self and body. The body needs physical facility and it gets fulfilled by physiochemical things, which we extract from rest of the nature. The happiness is the need of the self. It is fulfilled by the right understanding and right feelings in the self, and it cannot be fulfilled by physical facility. So it cannot be fulfilled by getting feelings from the others. Is there any question? Yeah, Ria Gaurav. Sorry, Ria Gurav. Sorry, Ria.
It's okay. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you spoke about how there should be a balance between the self and the body, and you said it's mostly self who makes the decisions. But if we take the case of addiction, wherein the body is receiving some kind of strong physiochemical stimuli from a substance, its dependence on it increases, which does affect the decision making, and it does overpower the self when it comes to making decisions, even if the self realizes that it should stop doing a certain thing, the body doesn't allow. So do you think the body's urges are more powerful than the self's consciousness?
Yeah, in fact, if you look into this addictions of eating food, or addictions to, of eating any sort of substance of abuse, whatever it may be, it's the self who wants to have it. Let me give an example of smoking, right? It's the self who takes the decision going to the shop which buy the cigarettes. It's the self who asks for the cigarettes. It's the self who wants to smoke. It is the self who is getting under the influence of the other, that I'm in a college, and if I smoke, then only I'm a college student, and if I doesn't smoke, then I may consider to be a backward person, right? So it's everything is going in the self, and under this decision, under this thing, the self is taking decision to buy a cigarette and smoke, right? It's not the body who is taking decisions. Now the state you are referred to, the addiction, where the body the few activities are happening in the body, and because of that the self is forcing to do it, though the self doesn't want to do it. Now when we see that the self doesn't want to harm the body, the natural acceptance of each one of us is to nurture the body and to protect the body. But whenever we get influenced by and we assume something which is good for me, we do it, correct? So this is one of the important thing, that whatever I have assumed good for me, right for me, I need to verify within myself whether is it really good, whether it's really right. And there's a small, indicator of it, that something which is right for me, it should be right for all, all of my family members. Then only it is right. Something which is right for me, it should be right to all my family members, to all of my friends, to all of my people to whom I'm interacting. Then only it is right. For example, living with the feeling of relationship is right for me. Now let us say, is it right for you or not? Living with the feeling of respect and the trust is right for me. Nurturing my body is right for me. Harming my body is not right for me. So let us see that it is also right for each one of you or not. Right? So, and with such sort of clarity only, we will be able to take the decisions. I mean, I share my own experience, like while working with Bhutan, some of our students got addicted to drugs and all, and then when it comes to us, and then we try to provide them help. So what we have understood, the students who are into the drugs and all sort of things, when we started living with them, when we started understanding them, it's the mental turmoil, the mental disturbance, the relationship issues in the family, all these things. It's not that only they wanted to get into the drugs, and then they have seen some seniors, they have seen some people in the society who are also consuming the drugs and saying that why they are consuming, because you can come out of this trouble which is going through your imagination, which is going through yourself, and that's the reason they got into it. But when we ask them, like, you are taking drugs to come out of these problems, so by consuming the drugs your problems are increasing or you are able to come out of the problem? And then all of them said that in fact our problems are increasing. Not only our mental problems are increasing, but our body also getting deteriorated. And then when we place these proposals of what we are discussing with each other, the understanding the need of the self, understanding need of the body, and the complete content of these universal human values, we keep asking them, and we ask them to explore themselves within. And then it's very surprisingly, when this proposal started discussing with the students, in a period of 5 to 6 months, they have understood that it's me who need to take care of body. It is my responsibility. Then the happiness is not fulfilling sensations. If you go fulfilling sensation, then there's a dependency on your happiness, and you cannot continue that dependency. So with such clarity, when they were developing this right understanding and right feelings within themselves, gradually they have taken decision of not consuming, and they stopped. And there was no, this withdrawal symptoms or any sort of things being observed in all these cases. So it's the self who takes the decision. And if our decision is based on our natural acceptance, which is innate faculty in each one of us, then the decisions are always harmonious, and we can always have a fulfilling life. So it's an important thing whether I am taking decisions for myself or somebody else has decided for me, and I am just accepting it as it is without verifying whether it's right for me or not right for me. Let me give an example before I stop here. The example is that somebody said tit for tat. So whether I'm verifying within myself that with this tit for tat, with this revenge, with this opposition, am I in a harmony, disharmony, disturbed or stable? Or I have just accepted that whatever has been said is right. And that's the reason we are saying, do not accept this as truth. Do not deny these things as a false things. This is a proposal for you. This is also a proposal for me. Listen to it attentively and explore within yourself, referring to your natural acceptance. Okay, so thank you. This is 5:15, time for the bio break.
So 5:30, the 5:30 bio break, sir.
5:30 is the bio break. Okay, so
Yeah.
still we have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. So very interesting question, sir.
Yeah.
What do we do from Jatin Tail? I think he's joined now. What do we do if self cannot take decisions?
What?
What do we do if self cannot take decisions?
Yeah, in fact, who has taken the decision of asking this question?
Jatin Tele.
No, I'm asking Jatin that who has taken decision of asking this question is the self, right? So self anyway is taking a decision, and that decisions are getting reflected into our living. There's a possibility that we are not aware of it. So joining this workshop, this is also your decision. What you had in the morning, that was also your decision. How much you had was also decision. The clothes what you are wearing today, that's also your decision. Every single thing, even every small minor body gesture, raising hands, putting down hands, everything, walking or not walking, sleeping or not sleeping, playing video games or not playing online games, every small decision, it's you are taking. There is only possibility that you are not aware of it. And if you are not aware of it, then something which is not fulfilling, you may decide. So that's the reason what we are saying, let us be aware of ourselves. Let us look into our imagination, in the desired thoughts and expectations, what is going on. Let us see whether it is as per my natural acceptance or it is just I have assumed because the others are doing.
The hand raised is there, Harshadip. Harshadip,
Yes.
you can ask a question, please.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you're audible. Yeah.
Sir, the question was in our poll that which type of food we have to eat. Sir, we should eat nourishes food for our body, because if our body is healthy, then we should be happy. But sir, sometimes for providing the tongue tips, we have to eat our favorite food. Thank you, sir. That's all from my side.
Yeah, this is what the confusion of the self is, right?
Yes, sir.
See, the food is to provide nourishment to the body, and that is the role of the food.
Yes,
And
sir.
the food which provide nourishment is also tasty. If you start eating different fruits, you'll find that each of these fruit has got its own taste. Different vegetables. The spinach is different than methi. Methi is different than cabbage. Cabbage is different than cauliflower, than potato. Are we really testing these vegetables and fruits? Or we are just testing those masalas? Right? Have you
Yes,
really
sir.
are you really know that what's the taste of the potato? What is the taste of methi? What is the taste of spinach? So each of these natural things has got its own flavor and the taste, right? But we want to be happy by fulfilling the sensations. What you are saying is the taste of the food. So whether the food is to provide the nourishment to the body or food is for the happiness, this confusion we need to resolve within ourselves. The need of the self is happiness. Can it be fulfilled by the food? The food is the need of the body. Once we have this clarity, then you will be able to select the food. Okay. Thank you, Harsh.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
Yes, sir. There's one more one on the YouTube. How does society shape the self? What are the most significant things to do?
Education. Education is the most significant things. The inputs, education, which means understanding, and the every single inputs we expose to becomes the part of our decision making process. For example, if you're walking on a street and you see a billboard of a movie, that immediately that desire of seeing that movie comes, and then you keep doing this analysis part: when to go movie, where to go movie, with whom shall I go to see this movie. So all these things you do, and then you see that movie. So what has come is a small input. Just for the couple of seconds, that billboard was there in front of eyes of your body. But that input has gone through you, to you, through this sensation, right? So these inputs are important. So what society need to do is basically providing the human input, so that through this human input, human desire, human thoughts, and human expectations will get generated, and those inputs would help us to live in harmony with it through process of exploration.
So there's a very interesting from Priyanshu. I just read it, quote, Sir said that every human being have same need. It's not really true. We only have some basic needs like food, clothes, shelter, but not some complex needs.
Complex needs like?
That's not said.
Yeah, so maybe if he can say that complex need, then we can talk about it. What we are saying that we have two different types of need. The one is material, and the other is the need in the forms of right understanding and right feeling. And each one of us needs both. We need food, and we also need happiness. Hopefully, he will be able to mention about that complex need in the chat.
A very interesting observation made by Galande. Sukh can be ensured by right understanding and right feeling.
Yeah. And this is what, the more we get clarity कि मेरी अपनी समझ अपने में सही समझू और सही भाव को अपने में स्थापित कर पाऊं, यही सुख है. जब हम इसको देख पाएंगे तो फिर we can focus on fulfilling the need of the self, and we can also focus on fulfilling the need of the body, and that way the balance can be maintained. And maintaining this balance and living with this balance is fulfilling life. And each one of us has this aspiration to have fulfilling life.
So the chat is a question from Sannidhi Pujari. I've unmuted her. She can speak. Sannidhi, can you raise your question? Unmute. How do we get a clarity about our own? Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Sir, how do we get a clarity about our own self? Because in the end, we are just a result of what the society and environment that we've been grown up or we're brought up. Like, you take an example of a kid who was brought up in a very toxic environment. So, as an adult, he wouldn't be understanding his own self in the true essence. So, how do we get a clarity about our own self in its true essence?
Yeah, by asking these questions to ourselves, that what are the different needs I have, and then categorizing these needs into material and non-material things. So what you all can do, make a list of your desires, make a list of your want, and categorize into two, whether it gets fulfilled by physiochemical things or right understanding and right feeling. So all of your needs and wants, which will get fulfilled by right understanding and right feeling, are the need of the self. So that way you will try and understand what you need as a self and what are the need of the body. Okay, this is number one. Number two thing, that what you need as a self. To understand this, verify each of the informations you have collected and each of the proposals you are getting on the basis of your natural acceptance. Like, verify within yourself. These are few things, not many. You want to live with the feeling of relationship or opposition. So whatever the answer comes, that is what you want, the self want. That is what the pure self want. Right? And then develop the ability and capacity to live accordingly. Now, what you are saying is also right, because there is a whole lot of confusion, and whatever the confusion the others have, there also, and what are the assumptions that others have, they're also, forcing others to assume the same way. For example, we have talked to many parents that why you are sending your children to the schools. And surprisingly, almost 100% of the parents said that because we want to make them engineer, doctor, pilot, etc., etc. None of the parents have said that we want to make them human being. We want to develop that competency where they can be as a human being. So the environment is there, the society is there, and the inputs would keep coming from the environment and society. But then I can verify each of these inputs on the basis of my natural acceptance. Let me ask you all, right? Do you want to top in the classroom, or you want to understand whatever has been taught in the classroom? So our natural acceptance is to understand whatever has been taught in the classroom. The moment I understand to my natural acceptance, I'll focus on grasping the things, understanding the things. But when we started going to the school, our parents told us that you have to top in the classroom. And that's very interesting. There are 60 students in the class, and all the 60 parents are expecting that their child only should top in the classroom. Just imagine what is happening on the result day. When the result get declared, the one is becoming top, 59 are second, third, fourth. So the 59 family are bound to be unhappy. And so much of competition because of that. So there are these inputs coming from the society and environment, but we can verify these inputs on the basis of our natural acceptance and see that whether this is naturally acceptable to me or not. So based on our natural acceptance, we can take the decisions. And those decisions are always mutually fulfilling, always harmonious. Those decisions are good for us, good for family, good for society, and good for everybody. Okay, thank you.
Shall we go to the break, sir? Yeah.
Yes, we can break here.
So one observation I had, I was monitoring the chat and the polls, and I found that large number of students were not responding on the poll, but writing on the chat. So request to all students to please respond on the poll. If you can't see the poll, just go onto the screen and pull up the poll. Okay, because the chat response is seen differently. Okay, hope that's clear to all. We have great pleasure in welcoming. Now this is a bio break from 5:30 to 5:45. And if you have any questions or sharings, you're more welcome to raise your hands. And to take your questions, we have Dr. Anupama Gavde, a faculty volunteer. Anupama ji, over to you. Yeah. Anupama ji, you're there.
Yes, so with the offer,
Maybe voice is not clear.
so let the students share some reflection on this.
Your voice is not clear, Anubhavi. Suyaji, you can just help also, Suyaji. Anubhavi, Suyaji. We also have Dr. Surya Deshpande. He's one of our very active volunteers. Yes, Anupamadi, you can hear us?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I hope so that all students have today's session was very much informative and they were able to start exploring self-expression and transmission. They are seeing that human beings is a coexistence of self and body. So if any queries or any questions related to this session, if you have, you can ask, you can further. Sir, am I audible clearly? There is some hello?
Anupamadi, your voice is coming. Thing. Students, you can raise your hands, please. She'll be able to help you out. Please raise your hands for questions. Any question, please raise your hands. The session is an interactive session.
Sir, hand raise तो किसी का दिख नहीं रहा है. Was a very good question. Some of these may quick sharing observation. कल के डिस्ट्रिक्ट या अभी से हमने बात की आपको जो बताएंगे कि जो देखो अगर शेयरिंग पे आप जॉब जरूर कर सकते हैं कि बायोब्रेक आपके लिए हर के लिए तो जो भी आपके ऑब्जर्वेशन है और जो भी आपके पेशेंट हैं अब तक के हो गए उससे रिलेटेड अगर कुछ मन में डाउट्स है तो you can put up or you can share your observation after doing the assignment. Assignment करने के बाद आपके जो self expression होगा उससे भी आप related आप observation कर सकते हैं. I just want to know your views on this session which we are having now.
Anupam madam, your voice is very, I think please. Meanwhile, let me just invite Dr. Anita Mane. Ma'am, namaste. Can you unmute yourself?
Namaste, sir.
Yeah, you can please take the questions. Yeah, you can just invite.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Take over, ma'am. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions? If there are any hands raised, I can take up if somebody unmutes the mic. Participants. Students, please raise your hands so the mic can be provided to you. There's a Mohan sir, can you provide the mic?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I'm not able to put on the mic.
Just have to right click on the name. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay.
I think Prathamesh. Yeah, please go ahead. Prathamesh?
Yes, Prathamesh.
We can't hear your voice, Prathamesh.
Am I audible?
Not so clear, Prathamesh.
Ma'am, there is a question on you. People say Bhagavad Gita taught us various human values and suggest to refer it. So, is it really need to read Bhagavad Gita? This is Navnath Wagmare.
Navnath, it is nice to read Bhagavad Gita, but here we have to understand how much we inculcate in ourselves. First, we need to work it out in our own self. That is how we are going to understand the things. What is our right understanding? How do we go along with it? That is what we need to work it out. Then we can go for it and then understand the concepts much more clearer. We have to work on ourselves first.
Right. I think Prathamesh Pandey can unmute himself. Prathamesh, you can go ahead and ask a question, please. Prathamesh Pandey.
Am I audible?
You're not
A
audible.
little louder.
Not audible. Put your mic closer to your thing.
Sir, I just want to ask from quite hours we were talking about values and other things like nourishments and foods, addictions. These are good topics to talk about and really interesting, but these are not helping with the business point of view. Like you told in starting that you are helping students to build their entrepreneurship, to make them know how things works in the business fields and everything else, how the Mumbai University helps them about that. So can you please give some topics related to that? Hello, sir.
Yes, I did. Yeah, Prathamesh. Is it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Prathamesh. The earlier discussion was on entrepreneurship, and Mumbai University did help us out. What are the ways we can go for an entrepreneurship? But afterwards, we had a discussions relating to human values. These are two different topics which has been given and which has been discussed.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. But the similar way I was asking about the human values thing, that how the upcoming generation to inculcate the values related to this topic.
To be an entrepreneur, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now to be an entrepreneur, what do we require in ourselves? Can you answer? If I have to be, say you would like, Prathamesh would like to be an entrepreneur, what habits would you like to inculcate in yourself?
The very first thing, I will set a goal.
Very true. Very true. What else?
Then there are many various things that like how the goal I am aspiring or want to do is helping the society, how it helping to myself.
See, now
Does
here,
it
when you're
making money?
thinking of it, here comes the desire, then comes the thoughts, then comes the expectation. Firstly, you desire to be a certain thing, right? To be an entrepreneur. Then your thoughts go, your wavelength goes according to it. And then your expectation comes. That is what we are giving you a way. We are not saying, we are not suggesting, we are just supporting your thoughts. We are telling if your desire comes, this will go along with your thoughts, it will go along with your expectations. That is the route we are trying to give you. Lastly, it depends upon y'all as to how y'all take it up and how y'all work it out with it. So first thing is you'll have to work on that. Prathamesh, I think we'll keep it a door open right now because still we need to have more clarity. As things go on, you will get more ideas to how we need to work when you're thinking of being an entrepreneur in future. So what step you need to take on We will explore in the coming days, Prathamesh. Let us keep it open. Let's keep your question open, Prathamesh.
Right. There's one more question from Prathamesh Boye on the YouTube. It says, do we listen to heart or brain? Do we listen to heart or brain?
Whom we should listen to, heart or brain?
Yes.
A very nice question. Does it relate to yourself or body? That is what the question is. Are we listening to ourselves or are we listening to a body? Now, brain, is it a self or body? Heart, is it a self or body? If you are able to answer those questions, you will be able to answer your own question, whether it will be heart or your brain. As we go on in the further discussions, things will be much more solved, much more easier to understand. So at present, keep it open.
Sagarika Gaikwad from YouTube, because there are not many questions on Zoom, because all of you guys are lucky to be on Zoom. Please raise your hand and ask questions. Sagarika Gaikwad on YouTube, she asks, how are we going to know what is right understanding and what is wrong understanding?
See, when it comes to, it is a natural question which comes up. What is right understanding and not right understanding? Now, when we talk of right understanding, it gives you natural acceptance. And when you say it is not right understanding, it gives you acceptance with conditions. That is a simple way to understand it. When you have natural acceptance, which is acceptable across all levels, then we say it is a right understanding. But if it is not so, there will be conditions relating to it.
So she's asking for example, ma'am.
Example. Okay.
Yeah, basically, if you are in harmony, it's right.
Very true.
But if it is leading to the disharmony, it's wrong.
Thank you, sir.
So example is this feeling of relationship, right? This is naturally acceptable to us. And when we have this feeling of relationship is right. Another example could be the need of the physical facility is the need of the body. So this is right. But when we connect the need of the self and we try to fulfill it by fulfilling the need of the body, that is wrong. So what we discuss, human being as the coexistence of self and body. So we can see this need of the self and the need of the body are different. If we are fulfilling it differently, that is right. But if we are mixing it, that is wrong. Isn't it, Anita ma'am?
Very true, sir. Very true.
I have a question on chat from Abhijit Salunke. How do we control overthinking of thought? Abhijit, why don't you raise your hand and ask the question? We'll provide you the mic. Abhijit Salunke. Since you're on Zoom, have the pleasure of asking question face to face. Yes. Yeah, I think it's raised the hand. Abhijit, yeah, please go ahead. Mihir is there and Abhijit is there. Yes, Abhijit, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and speak. Yeah, yes.
Sir, how to our thoughts in our mind overthinking control?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. See, basically what happens, I mean, we have to see the cause of overthinking, why the overthinking is taking place within us. It's 5:45, so time to start the sessions. We can start the session and I'll take up this question too. Thank you all for being there in the break. One of the cause for the overthinking is, our past experiences and the events which has happened in the past. तो 10 साल पहले कुछ हुआ, 5 साल पहले कुछ हुआ, पिछले महीने में कुछ हुआ, उसको लेकर भी हम अभी भी सोच रहे हैं किसी एक उससे लेकर सोचना हो रहा है कि वो जो झगड़ा हुआ था, तो वो झगड़ा हो गया था 1 महीना पहले, लेकिन उसको अभी भी हम सोचते हैं। क्यों सोच रहे हैं? देखिए, एक बहुत सिंपल सा बात है। अगर हमारे नियम आ जाए, वो रूल को अगर हम समझे, रूल क्या है कि संबंध पूर्वक जीने के लिए संबंध को समझना आवश्यक है। मेरा झगड़ा किसी के साथ में हुआ तो ये बात बनी रही उसमें कि मैं भी उस वक्त संबंध को नहीं समझा, वो भी उस वक्त संबंध को नहीं समझ पाया। मैं भी हार्मोनी में नहीं था, वो भी हार्मोनी में नहीं थे, उसके चलते झगड़ा हो गया। इतना सिंपल सा रूल है। अब ये सिंपल सा रूल अगर ध्यान में आ जाए ना, तो हम वो झगड़ा को अभी उससे लेकर ओवर थिंकिंग नहीं करते, लेकिन फिर उसको रिव्यू करते हैं कि कहाँ पर मेरी अपनी हार्मोनी को मैं इंश्योर नहीं कर पाया, संबंध में समझने के लिए मुझसे कहाँ गड़बड़ हुई, और हम उसके लिए इंप्रूवमेंट करते हैं, डेवलपमेंट करते हैं, उसको समझने का हम प्रयास करते हैं। एक तो ये बात होती है। दूसरी बात ये होती है कि जितनी भी भूतकाल में घटी हुई घटना है ना, उस घटना को आज हम वर्तमान में कैरी करते और उससे हम परेशान होते हैं। एक छोटा सा कहानी है, कहानी बताता हूँ कि एक गुरु है, शिष्य है, और ये गुरु अपनी एक फिलॉसफी होती है उनकी कि किसी भी लेडीज के तरफ देखना भी नहीं, लेडीज के तरफ बात भी नहीं करना, लेडीज की बातों को सुनना भी नहीं, इस तरीके से फिलॉसफी से चलने वाले ये गुरु होते हैं। उनके बहुत सारे फॉलोअर्स होते हैं, पुराने जमाने की कहानी है। तो उस समय वो ना एक जगह से दूसरे जगह पैदल जाना, जंगलों से जाना, है ना, उस समय की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं। तो उस वक्त ये जो गुरु है, इनको किसी जगह पर जाना होता, 10 दिन जंगल से गुजरते हुए, तो अपने एक यंग शिष्य को साथ में लेते हैं। तो ये जो यंग डिसाइपल एंड द गुरु आर वॉकिंग थ्रू द जंगल ऑन द डे 3, इन द लेट आफ्टरनून, जब वो जंगल से जा रहे थे तो उनको एक लड़की की रोने की आवाज सुनाई देती। तो ये गुरु तुरंत उस रोने की आवाज की तरफ दौड़ते हैं, लेकिन ये जो शिष्य था ना, ये अपने कान को बंद कर देता। अब ये गुरु जाते तो उनको दिखता है कि एक बहुत 20-22 साल की एक लड़की किसी पेड़ के नीचे है और वो रो रही है। तो पूछते हैं उनको कि बेटा क्या हुआ आपको? तो कहती कि मैं यहाँ पर फल तोड़ने आई थी, पेड़ से नीचे गिर गई, मेरा पैर टूटा हुआ है, अभी शाम होने वाली है, जंगल में है ना बहुत सारे अलग अलग प्राणी है, मुझे डर लग रहा है। तो गुरु पूछते हैं कि आपका घर कहाँ है? तो वहां से कोई 2 घंटे की दूरी पर घर था। तो वो बताती है लड़की। तो गुरु उसको कंधे पे उठा के लेते, आगे आगे चलते। अब वो जो फॉलोअर है उसके पास में कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, लेकिन वो गुरु के पीछे चलने लग जाता। 2 घंटे के बाद में वो लड़की का घर आता, गुरु उसको छोड़ देते। अब ये तीसरा दिन गया, चौथा दिन गया, पांचवा दिन गया, 9वें दिन सुबह जब नदी पे दोनों नहाने जाते रहते, तो शिष्य पूछता गुरु से, मैं आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछूं? तो कहता है कि पूछो। तो वो शिष्य बोलता कि 7 दिन पहले 2 घंटे आपने एक लड़की को कंधे के ऊपर उठाया था। वो गुरु ये कहता है कि 7 दिन पहले 2 घंटे मैंने उस लड़की को अपने कंधे के ऊपर उठाया था और छोड़ भी दिया, क्योंकि उसको चलना नहीं आ रहा था, लेकिन आप तो अभी भी उसको ढो रहे हैं। कुछ बात समझ में आई कि जो पास में जो कुछ हुआ है उसको कितना ढोना है अपने में? इससे लेकर भी ओवर थिंकिंग होती है। दूसरा ओवर थिंकिंग का रीजन होता है कि हमें हमारी बेसिक गोल की क्लैरिटी नहीं है। जैसे अभी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात हो रही थी, तो मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर बनकर भी क्या होना चाहता हूं? तो दिखता है कि मैं तो सुखी होने के लिए एंटरप्रेन्योर होना चाहता हूं। तो इसकी गारंटी है क्या कि मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर होके सुखी हो जाऊंगा? क्योंकि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप फिजिकल फैसिलिटी, सो आई मे बी able to accumulate more wealth, but that wealth is a physical thing which can fulfill the need of the body. लेकिन ये जो मेरी नीड ऑफ द सेल्फ है हैप्पीनेस की, वो अगर फुलफिल हो जाए तो मैं हैप्पी होकर, हैप्पीनेस क्या है उसको समझकर हैप्पी होकर एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकता हूं। तो नीड ऑफ द सेल्फ भी फुलफिल होगी, नीड ऑफ द बॉडी भी फुलफिल होगी। जब ये बेसिक गोल की क्लैरिटी नहीं होती, तब हम ओवर थिंकिंग करते हैं। तो वंस ये बेसिक गोल की अगर क्लैरिटी हो जाए, तब दिखाई देता है कि हमारे जो थॉट्स है वो थॉट्स बहुत सिस्टमैटिक होते हैं। तीसरी इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि ये जो थॉट्स है ये कंटिन्यूस है। कंटिन्यूसली यू आर बिजी इन थिंकिंग, यू आर बिजी इन द थॉट प्रोसेस। सो देर इज नथिंग ओवर और देर इज नथिंग अंडर थिंकिंग। ओवर थिंकिंग वुड मीन्स कि मैं अपने थॉट्स के लेवल पर कंफ्यूज्ड हूं। सो दैट स्टेट ऑफ कंफ्यूजन विद इन, जिसे हम कहते हैं कि ओवर थिंकिंग। तो जब भी हमारे में थॉट्स चल रहे, उसके प्रति अगर हम अवेयर हुए और ये मेरे लिए नेचुरली एक्सेप्टेबल है या नहीं, ये मेरे लिए हार्मोनियस है या नहीं, उस बात को देखा, मैं इसको कंटिन्यू करना चाहता हूं ही नहीं, उसको अगर हम एक्सप्लोर कर पाए हम में, तो हम में जो थॉट्स चल रहे हैं, है ना, उसको आगे चलाना या नहीं, उसके बारे में हम डिसीजंस ले सकते हैं। एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है ना, सबसे पूछा हूं मैं, आप में जो थॉट्स चल रहे हैं उसे चला कौन रहा है, आप या कोई दूसरा? वॉट एवर द थॉट्स आर गोइंग इन यू, you know, this is going on in you. So who has taken decision to have that thoughts? Have you decided yourself or somebody else has decided? You have decided. That's the reason these thoughts are there. So you are taking decision, but you are not aware of it. And that is the reason you are thinking of disharmonious content also. But once you get aware of your thoughts, aware of what is going on in you, okay, and then if you are able to see that whatever is going in me is not good for me, then you can also take decision of having this harmonious thought referring to your natural acceptance. Is that okay? Thank you. Right, any other question?
One more hand is raised, sir.
Yes.
Mihir.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my question is about right understanding. We related right understanding with harmony, right? So if my harmony comes at the cost of someone else's harmony, do I still have the right understanding? And how do we define the scope of this harmony?
Yeah, that is not the harmony at all. And that is not the right understanding at all. You know what this right understanding would means? Having this clarity within of living a fulfilling life. So it's not that I want to make myself happy, but I also want to make my family member happy. So with such sort of clarity within, I am also becoming happy, and the others are also, becoming happy. That is what the right understanding is. Otherwise, it's just an understanding. There's a difference between understanding and right understanding. Let me ask you a question. All of you a question, and you can respond in the chat box. Do you want to protect your body, or you don't want to protect your body? So everybody's answer is the same, that I want to protect my body. This is right understanding. Now, how to protect your body? There is a whole lot of variations and different choices are available, by wearing Bermuda pant, by wearing jeans, by wearing trouser, by wearing dhoti, by wearing lungi. So this is acceptance. I have accepted to wear these clothes, but my natural acceptance is to protect body. So this is the difference between right understanding and my own understanding. So my own understanding may be governed with the preconditionings and the assumptions I have. But the right understanding is always universal. It is same for each one of us. It is uncorrupted. My understanding may be corrupted with the thoughts I have, because the thoughts are being motivated by just an assumptions or sensations, which comes from the body. Is that okay? Any other question? Yeah, there's a question from Alfaiz Sheikh that what is the most important step in self-exploration? Very important question, because this self-exploration would help us to develop this right understanding and right feelings within. That self-exploration is the first step towards our transformation to our desirable state of continuity of happiness and prosperity. So the first important thing is to be aware of whatever going on in you. This is the first important thing. Are you able to see that whatever is going in you, some part of it is reflecting in your behavior? I'm asking this question to each one of you. Are you able to see that your behavior, whatever you talk, whatever you eat, whatever you do, is basically the outcome of the desired thoughts and expectations you have in yourself? Yes or no? Are you able to see that you are responsible for your own behavior and not somebody else? Your thoughts are responsible. Your desires are responsible. Very nice. So what is the most important steps then? I have to be aware of what is going on in me. This is the number one step. Number two step, once I get aware of it, then see that whatever the content, the desires, the thoughts, the expectations you have, whatever is the going in you, is it naturally acceptable to your thought? So you can verify that content referring to your natural acceptance, and something which is not naturally acceptable, it's of no use, because that leads to the disharmony. So that way you can follow this process to bring your imagination, the desired thoughts and expectations on the basis of your natural acceptance. And these are like some of the steps. Yeah, there is one more question from Suraj Masar, that what do you think about how humans should live their life? This is every human being need to ask himself and herself, right? This is what we are asking. Let us explore within ourselves. How do I want to live? Want to live in harmony, disharmony, with relationship, opposition. I want to nurture my body. I want to harm the body. So all these things, we can ask ourselves, and based on that, each one of us can decide how do we want to live. Yeah, there is another question from Gauri. If we are doing something that we didn't want to, then what is the reason behind it? We do it. It's very simple thing, because we consider that it's very important thing for me. We consider it is right for me. See, each one of us has got a different set of things. We have believed that this is right for me. That's the reason we do it. So this is important for each one of us, that whatever we have considered to be right, test it and check it whether it's really right or it is just my acceptance. So if something is right for me, it should be right for all of my family members and my friends and my relatives. Then it is right. See, if you start, if you have this checking meter, and if you check on this particular meter every time, then you will be doing those things which you are supposed to do, and which leads to the harmony. All right. So in the previous session, we had talked about how to fulfill our aspirations. What are the different needs? The need of the self and the need of the body. Human being as the coexistence of self and the body, and we have to fulfill both the needs: the need of physical facility and the need of right understanding and right feeling. In this session, we'll be focusing on resolution of concerns, the peer pressure, reactions. These are some of our major concerns, and how to resolve these issues. So the continuous happiness, and that is what our basic aspiration is. And to fulfill the need of happiness, we have some prevailing notions. And there are three major things through which we try to make ourselves happy. Number one, physical facilities. Clothes, mobile, house, vehicle, scooter, right? These are all physical things. Gadgets, through which we are trying to derive happiness. Now, what you think? With this physical facility, can you be happy continuously, or it is just a momentary excitement? You can respond in the chat box. Is it can you be continuously happy with this, or it is just a momentary things? Very nice. So I want continuity of happiness, but the source of happiness I'm finding for is a momentary. So that is the reason, despite of having more and more accumulation of physical facility, still we have that unhappiness within. Now the second source, to make ourselves happy, we try to fulfill the sensations of the body. These are the five sensory organs through which the input comes. And by satisfying these inputs, we try to make ourselves happy. One of it is like taste. So eating food. Through eating food or seeing a movie, right? To see is a sense, to taste is a sense, or through touch, or through smell, the happiness what you are deriving is a momentary, or can you ensure the continuity of it? इनफैक्ट एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात है ना, ये खाकर सुखी होने का जब हम प्रयास करते हैं, या छूकर सुखी होने का प्रयास करते हैं टच से, या तो देखकर सुखी होने का प्रयास करते हैं, या स्मेल के साथ सुखी होने का प्रयास करते हैं, उसको अगर देखा और उसको आप अगर कंटिन्यू करने की कोशिश की तो इंटॉलरेबल होता है या नहीं होता है? गुलाब जामुन बहुत अच्छे है, स्वादिष्ट है, और कंटिन्यूसली अगर आप गुलाब जामुन खाना खाते ही रहे तो उल्टी आती है नहीं आती? इंटॉलरेबल होता है नहीं होता? तो ये एक दूसरा सोर्स है हमारे हैप्पीनेस का। सेंसेशन से हम सुखी होना चाहते हैं, लेकिन ये भी टेम्पररी है, ये भी मोमेंटरी है, और हम चाहते हैं कंटिन्यूस सुखी होना। तीसरा सोर्स है, हम दूसरों से अटेंशन पाकर सुखी होना चाहते हैं। So we are attentions and appreciations from our friends, from our family members. ठीक है, अब इसमें भी देखा जाए तो आपकी हैप्पीनेस की डिपेंडेंसी दूसरे के ऊपर है। If the other appreciate, then you will become happy. But if other doesn't, then you won't become happy. Correct? This is conditional. What is the condition? If the other is in harmony, then he may have a favorable, sharing of a favorable feelings. But the other is disturbed within, can he or she appreciate you? तो जैसे हम किसी पार्टी में जाते हैं तो बहुत एक्सक्लूसिव ड्रेस पहन कर जाते, क्योंकि लगता है कि उससे अटेंशन पाकर हम सुखी हो जाएंगे। तो हम भी हमारा ड्रेस दिखा रहे हैं, दूसरा भी उस ड्रेस के साथ अटेंशन पाकर सुखी होने का प्रयास कर रहा है। हमारे पास भी समय नहीं है उसके पास उसके कपड़े देखने का, उसको भी हमारे कपड़े देखने का समय नहीं, तो फिर हमें स्टोरी बनानी पड़ती है कि लास्ट टाइम उस मॉल में गया तो वहां पर मैंने ये शॉपिंग की, और तब वो देखता है और वो कहता है कि ठीक है, अच्छे हैं कपड़े। लेकिन वो जब देखता है कि आपके कपड़े उससे अच्छे हैं, ठीक, तो उसे लगता है कि नेक्स्ट टाइम वो आपसे अच्छे कपड़े पहनेंगे। अब होगी कंपटीशन शुरू, So you are wearing this exclusive dress in the party to ensure the relationship. लेकिन क्या शो करके आ रहे हैं? Is the jealousy. So what do you think that जब भी हम अपने सुख के लिए सुविधा, सेंसेशंस या दूसरे के ऊपर डिपेंड रहेंगे, तो एक तो डिपेंडेंसी भी है, कंडीशनल है, और इसके साथ में हम कंटिन्यूस सुखी हो सकते हैं क्या? Will you be able to ensure the continuity of happiness with dependency on physical facility, expecting favorable feeling from the other people and fulfilling the sensations? Very nice. Nice response. You know, you are verifying it. Zoom and YouTube everywhere, you know, you are saying no. अगर नहीं, तो फिर हम हमें सुखी होने के लिए इसके अलावा क्या कर रहे हैं? What else you do to make yourself happy? देख रहे हैं कि इसके अलावा हम कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि प्लेइंग गेम इज आल्सो सेंसेशन, राइट? तो ये गेम्स के सहारे से हम सुखी होने का प्रयास करते हैं, लेकिन जब भी गेम भी अगर कंटिन्यूस करते गए तो उसमें भी आपको दिखाई देगा कि इरिटेशन आता है, बोर फील करते हैं, करेक्ट? तो क्या हम इस बात को देख पा रहे हैं कि हैविंग दिस राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड राइट फीलिंग, this is going to be there in me, and with that right understanding and right feeling in me, you know, I can continue it and I can ensure the continuity of happiness and prosperity. All right, so in this session we will explore about these concerns, and we will also explore about how we go about it. See, ये सबकी हमारी सबकी चाहना है कि दूसरा हमें स्वीकार करे, because we have natural acceptance to live with the feeling of relationship. So my family member should accept me, my friends should accept me, everyone in the college should accept me. और फिर हमें ऐसे लगता है कि हमें वो स्वीकार तभी करेंगे जब हम उनके जैसे दिखेंगे, उनके जैसे कपड़े पहने तो ही वो हमें स्वीकार कर पाएंगे, उनकी जैसी बातें की, उनकी जैसी बात करने का ढंग किया, वो जो खाते हैं वो खाया, वो जो पीते हैं वो पिया, तभी वो स्वीकार कर पाएंगे। तो इसके चलते एक प्रेशर बन जाता है। क्या प्रेशर बन जाता है? कि वो जो कर रहे हैं वो भी हम करें, तब वो हमें स्वीकार कर पाएंगे, और वो जो कर रहे हैं उससे भी बेटर हम करें। So in appearance, my clothes shall be better than the others' clothes. करेक्ट? इसमें एक बात है कि इतना सब कुछ करने के बावजूद भी वो दूसरा आपको स्वीकार भी कर पाएगा, वो स्वीकार भी नहीं कर पाएगा। और यही एक कंसर्न हमारा बना रहता है कि दूसरा हमें कैसे स्वीकार करे। तो ये दूसरा हमें स्वीकार करे, उसके लिए उसकी जैसी लैंग्वेज, उसका अपीयरेंस, उसके लाइफस्टाइल को हम कॉपी करना शुरू कर देते हैं। I will share a very interesting example with you. एक बार हम फर्स्ट ईयर के स्टूडेंट्स के साथ में डिस्कशंस किए थे और उनकी लैंग्वेज को ऑब्जर्व किया, तो बहुत अच्छी लैंग्वेज के साथ में बात कर रहे थे। अब जो फाइनल ईयर के स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनके साथ में भी उसी दिन जब डिस्कशंस हुआ तो दिखाई दिया कि काफी स्लैंग है, एब्यूजिव वर्ड्स है, काफी रफ है टोन और लैंग्वेज भी फोर्थ ईयर का। तो फिर हमने उनमें से कुछ बच्चों से पूछा कि सुबह के सत्र में फर्स्ट ईयर के स्टूडेंट्स की लैंग्वेज को हमने सुना तो बहुत अलग थी, सॉफ्टनेस था उसमें, लेकिन अभी हम जब आपको सुन रहे हैं तो उसमें काफी रफ है, काफी एब्यूजिव लैंग्वेज वर्ड्स है। तो ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, ऐसा क्यों हुआ होगा, क्या लग रहा है आपको? तो स्टूडेंट्स ने बताया कि जब हम इस कॉलेज में एडमिशन लिए थे फर्स्ट ईयर में, तो हमारी भाषा तो बड़ी सिंपल थी, हम एक दूसरे को बहुत सम्मान के साथ में बात करते थे। लेकिन जैसे हमने देखा कि सीनियर्स हमारे है ना इस तरह से गाली गलौज करके बात करते हैं, तो हमें लगा कि यही टोन में, इसी लैंग्वेज में बात करना ही प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन, और वो इंडिकेट करता है कि आई एम प्रोफेशनल. So unknowingly we started copying it, and now it has become the part of our language. So sometimes we are in very trouble because the same words comes in front of our family members too. तो एक बच्चा बता रहा था कि तो मैंने तो इतनी डांट डपट खाई पिताजी की तरफ से, क्योंकि पिताजी के साथ में बात करते हुए भी मेरे मुंह से गाली निकल आ गई. तो बात ये है, क्या हम इस बात, ये जो दूसरे जो कर रहे हैं वही हम करें, तो इसका मतलब हमारे लिए डिसीजन हम ले रहे हैं या डिसीजन दूसरों ने ली है? एंड डू यू वांट टू डिसाइड ऑन योरसेल्फ, ऑन योर ओन राइट, or you just want to copy the others? So which such sort of thing that I have to be accepted by the others, and when we do accepting the doings of the other, there is possibility that we may keep accepting the wrong notions, the wrong things that the others are doing, considering that this is only the right. So we have to verify within ourselves. तो दूसरों ने हमें स्वीकार करना, उसके लिए है ना ये नकल का कार्यक्रम कर बनता है, और ये एक पीयर प्रेशर का एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है. उसने वो गाड़ी ली तो मैंने भी, मेरे पास भी वो गाड़ी होनी चाहिए. मेरे फ्रेंड के पास में ये पर्टिकुलर मोबाइल है तो मेरे पास भी वो मोबाइल होना चाहिए, है ना. वो इस तरीके से बार में जाते हैं तो मैं भी उस तरीके से बार में जाऊं, तभी जाकर मैं उनके जैसा बन पाऊंगा, वो मुझे स्वीकार कर पाएंगे. तो क्या लगता है, ये ठीक है या अपने अधिकार पर सोचना ठीक है? इसके साथ दूसरा एक है, वो पार्ट है दिस अर्बिटरीनेस, मनमानी. तो हम हमारे मन के जैसे करना चाहते हैं, जिसे मनमानी कहते हैं, और वो अगर हमारे लिए भी ठीक नहीं है, और उसको अगर किसी ने टोका, उसको अगर किसी ने रोका, उससे लेकर कोई सजेशन देने की बात की, तो हम बिल्कुल रिबेल कर लेते हैं. और ये जो रिबेल हो रहा है ना, ये किसके साथ हो रहा है? अपने ही फ्रेंड्स के साथ में, अपने ही फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ में. तो क्या हम इस बात को देख पा रहे हैं, लाइक कि अभी मैं इंजीनियरिंग में एडमिशंस लिया हूं, यहां तक आने के लिए who has taken all these efforts, who has provided me all this support? ये जो मेरे पेरेंट्स है, ये मेरे पेरेंट्स मेरा अच्छा चाहते हैं या बुरा चाहते हैं? लेकिन जब भी मेरी मनमानी की जैसे वो नहीं करना ना, मुझे मनमानी नहीं करने देते, तो हम रिबेल कर लेते हैं. तो थर्ड ऑप्शन ये है कि क्या हम अपने में सही समझ को विकसित करते हुए अपने अधिकार पर, अपने नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस के अधिकार पर जांच परख करके देखें और तब स्वीकारें. लाइफस्टाइल की बात हो, खाने पीने की बात हो, लैंग्वेज की बात हो, शब्दों के चयन की बात हो. So what do you think that out of these three options we discussed, which option is better? Copying or this arbitrariness, or having this right understanding within? So referring to our own natural acceptance, living with this right understanding, and when we are saying right understanding, this is always harmonious and universal. So let me see if there is any question. Any question in YouTube or in the Zoom chat? Or students may raise their hand.
Comments are there on YouTube, on chat. Room chat.
Okay. All right, very nice.
There's a question on YouTube from Madhura Mandape. We are not able to control our abuse words in front of our family members. Why this happens?
Yeah, this is happening because we have accepted that this is the way we should talk. And that is the reason the words are there in our dictionary. But then, we need to verify within ourselves that this feeling of happiness, which is the need of me, is also need of my family or not. I need respect. The family members also need respect or not. Then we understand that the need of happiness and the need of respect is the continuous need of everybody. And this is naturally acceptable to each one of us, not the disrespect and unhappiness. Right? This is how this peer pressure comes, और उसके चलते मैंने वो एग्जांपल बताया कि फर्स्ट ईयर में लड़की की लैंग्वेज बहुत ही डिफरेंट थी, सिंपल सी बात करता था, अच्छी सी बात करता था, वही फोर्थ ईयर में जाते जाते है ना उसकी लैंग्वेज पूरी खराब हो गई। और उसने बताया कि जब मैंने एडमिशन लिया तो मुझे लगा कि इसी तरह से बात करनी है, क्योंकि इसी तरह से बात सारे लोग कैंपस में कर रहे थे। तो दूसरों ने मुझे स्वीकारना, इसीलिए उनके जैसे चलना, उनके जैसे बोलना, वो जो करते वो करना, ये ठीक है, या मैं अपने अधिकार पर जांच परख करके देखूं कि मेरे लिए सही क्या है और सबके लिए सही क्या है। So the more we do this verification within, we will be able to draw certain conclusions for ourselves, and those conclusions helps us in the development of competency and the understanding within. So you can verify within yourself, this language is the means of communication of your right feelings and the right thoughts, or it's something else. तो उसको जब हम देखते हैं तो दिखाई देता है कि लैंग्वेज इज अ मीन्स ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन of our right feelings and the right thoughts. This is the purpose of language. Similarly, the clothes are for the protection of the body or to get respect from the other, to get attentions from the other. So these are the fundamental questions, we have to ask this question to ourselves and get the answers to it. Why am I wearing, clothes? To protect the body, or to get the attentions, or to get the respect? And is it possible to get this attention and respect by wearing a particular type of cloth continuously? I mean, this continuous attention is possible or not? Okay. So what we are discussing basically, that the human being is the coexistence of self and body. The need of the self, which is happiness, it can be fulfilled by having this right understanding and right feelings only, like feeling of respect. So I need to understand what respect is. I need to understand what is trust. I need to understand what is relationship. And from tomorrow onwards, we are opening up our discussions on this very important matter of each one of us life, that is understanding relationship. Similarly, the need of the body is physical facilities, which is fulfilled by physiochemical things. There was a question in the chart. What is the difference between wealth and prosperity? Prosperity is the feeling of having or producing more than required physical facilities. So your requirement is of, let us say, 100 kg of rice, and you are able to produce or make more than 100 kg of 10 kg of rice. That is prosperity. But the two important things are there. The one important thing, identification of required physical facility with right understanding. If I'm not able to identify the need of required physical facility, then, I may not have this feeling of prosperity, but I will keep accumulating. So number one is the identification of need of physical facility. Why do I need physical facility? It's to protect, nurture, and the right utilization of the body. Let us see, for the protection, one of the example is cloth. Then the second question comes, how many pairs of clothes I need to have to protect my body? There are 3 different kinds of seasons. I participate into different activities. By considering all these things, even we can quantify and we can reach to that number, that how many pairs of clothes, how many pairs of shoes, how many pairs, of all these things I can have, I need to have. So number one is the identification of physical facilities. Number two, producing or making this physical facility available more than required things with the right skills. So what do you think, that this physical facility can be produced with the right skills or with the wrong skills? With the ethical or unethical way? Now the third question, why do I need to have more? Why not only adequate? We need to have more to fulfill our relationship with the other. For example, I have only adequate and enough, and you are coming to my house as a guest. So it is my responsibility to nurture your body while you are staying with me. So I need this more, not for the accumulation purpose, but to fulfill my relationship with the others, with my relatives, with my guest. That is the reason the more is required. So prosperity is basically having or producing more than required. And by this way, each one of us can identify our needs, the need of our family. And we can see that, we are having or producing more than our need. That is how we can become prosperous. So the prosperity is associated with physical facilities. The happiness is from the right understanding and right feelings. These are the 2 different things. Being wealthy is different. I may have accumulated lots and lots of wealth without clarity that what is the role of physical facility. So being wealthy is different and being prosperous is different. Prosperity, I can identify need. Wealth, there's a possibility that the identification of physical facility has not been done. And assuming that the need of the self can be fulfilled by physical facilities. So we keep accumulating more and more. So you can ask this question to yourself. Do you want to be wealthy or you want to be prosperous? Ask this question and respond in the chat box. You want to be wealthy or you want to be prosperous? Nice. Okay. So both these needs are there, we have as a human being, and we have to fulfill both. By becoming wealthy, will I be able to fulfill the need of the self? By becoming prosperous, will I be able to fulfill the need of the self and the need of the body? Or the need of the self can be fulfilled by only right understanding and right feelings. And this prosperity is basically the physical facility and the identification of correct need of the physical facilities. So, looking at the responses and things, it seems that today we are neglecting the need of the self. And we have assumed that the happiness may be ensured by favorable feelings from the others. So we try to get these feelings from them by the way of being ahead of the other, or by the way of seeking a likeness, like belongingness with a specific type of people, specific group. because what the other doing, what they are having, I should do it. Or in terms of, our appearance, our clothes, our language, expression, money, we want to go ahead of it. And these are the two major sources for peer pressure. So this is where, we can reflect, we can take a pause and think about it. So we may have a poll here. So the question on the screen is the major sources of peer pressure. These two become the major sources of peer pressure, like being ahead of others and seeking a likeness. Yes, no, can't say, you can respond. And while you all are responding to the poll, let me see that if there is any question. So if you have any question, you can raise your hand. Yes, Abhishek Guru. Abhishek, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, while I am preparing for my CET exam, the process which the process in which I involve of studying, I can't get happiness from that process. But I want happiness with the result of the CET marks which I get. So how can I get the happiness with the process of that preparation of the exam?
Yeah, even after getting the expected score in the CET, will you be happy? Or will it be just a momentary happiness? So when we understand that, even if I crack this CET and get this expected score, it is going to be just a momentary happiness. Then we need to understand what happiness is. So happiness being in a state of harmony within. So if you able to ensure the state of harmony within, then harmoniously you will get into the process of preparing, for the CET examination. So by doing something, can you be happy? Or by being happy, you can do something? This is the question which we need to look within. So once I have this clarity that the happiness is the outcome of this right understanding and right feeling, so by ensuring these two things within, I can do the study. And in fact, you will be able to see to it, you can focus more on the study only when you are in harmony within. Otherwise, most of your time and the efforts goes in vain to resolve the concerns you have, to tackle this disharmony which is going in within you. Is that okay, Abhishek? Nice. So good to see the response. 78% have responded. Yes, these are the major sources for peer pressure. So 61% of the students have responded. Hello.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, good
Sir,
evening.
can you give some more detailing to the difference between being prosperous and being wealthy?
Yeah, basically, this is the difference between I have and I don't have. Prosperity is basically having this feeling and the clarity that I have. So I have done the correct assessment of the need of the physical facility, and I'm able to see that I have more than my requirement. That's the feeling of prosperity. But, assuming that whatever I have is not enough, then we go more, accumulating more and more and more without doing the identification of our correct need. So no matter how much you accumulate, still the deprivation is there. So if you have this clarity that the clothes are to protect the body, and that is the only, the purpose of the cloth. The cloth, through the cloth, you cannot draw the attention, maybe a momentary, or you cannot earn the respect or status, but it is just to protect the body. If you have this clarity, then what you think that whatever the amount of clothes you have, each one of us have, what you think that we have enough, we have less, or we have more? Like yesterday, I asked this exercise, and if you all have not done this exercise, today you can do it. Open your wardrobe and count each of those clothes. Count each of those clothes which you are wearing and which you are not wearing. And see that after doing the counting only, you will be able to see that how many clothes you have. Right? And then you see that whether you have enough, you have more, or you have less. So two things are required: the identification of required physical facility, and number two, having or producing more than requirement. And that is what the prosperity is. Okay. Yeah, so nice that we are able to see that these two preconditioning of being ahead of others and seeking alikeness are the major sources of peer pressure. So now look into this and verify within yourself what is naturally acceptable to you and what is not naturally acceptable to you, and what is the solution. These are the three options are given. The option one is adopting and copying from the others. So doing the things which the others are doing, wanting to have those things which the others have. Right? So if you have these things, then it's not we are deciding for ourselves, but it is decided by the other. And this is peer pressure. And this sort of peer pressure, when you are not deciding for yourself, but you are, somebody else is deciding for you and you are just copying it. This is called paratantrata. ये स्वतंत्रता की बात नहीं है. स्वतंत्रता का अर्थ होता है कि स्व के तंत्र में जीना, और स्व का तंत्र तो हमारा नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस है. तो जैसे मैं जीना चाहता हूं, वो अपनी अधिकार पर अपने नेचुरल एक्सेप्टेंस को रेफर करते मैं तय करूं, वो स्वतंत्रता है. Are you able to see to it that this is sort of an enslavement, copying and adopting from the others? When you look into the second thing, the arbitrariness, so this is living on the basis of one's own likes and the dislikes. So there is a possibility that you may like blue color or a green color or a red color. Other may like black color, white color, or saffron. Right? So this is the color. This is just a sensation. But then when the choice of selecting something is based on likeness and dislikeness, then this is also indefinite, because today you like something, tomorrow you may not like the same thing, and you may like other. So this also leads to sometimes happiness, and that momentary happiness, sometimes sadness. And the outcome of it is like rebel and reaction, which is also sort of an enslavement, the paratantrata. The third option could be right understanding, living on the basis of natural acceptance. So your natural acceptance is universal, and it is innate, and it's invariant. It doesn't change with the time, place, and the people. So something which always remains same, and if you are referring to it, which leading to the harmony, the conduct is definite. And This way, you can ensure that always happiness, the continuity of happiness. And this is self-organized. You are referring to your own natural acceptance and taking decisions. And this is called Swatantrata. So these are the three, options we have. And each one of us can think about it, that out of these three, what I want to have and what I want to be. Number one, like copying or adopting. Number two, this manmani. Or number three, having this right understanding within. So now if you look into all those concerns we are talking about since yesterday, we have these concerns of coming out of stress, managing academics, time management, entertainment, peer pressure, overthinking, anger, depression, suicidal thought, and etc., etc. So we all, we have this concern and we want to resolve this concern. And generally we try to address these piecemeal. We make efforts for the personality development classes and stress management, memory enhancement, anger management, and so on. So should education help us to resolve this concern? And the another important thing, one concern at a time or holistically, we can address and resolve this concern by ensuring right understanding and right feelings. Very nice, the way you are responding. I'm asking this question again so that the YouTube students can also respond to it. Should education help us to resolve our concern? Option A, one concern at one time. B, holistically by ensuring right understanding and right feeling. And option C, none of the two. 37% of the participants who are connected to the Zoom have already responded, and good to see that 81% of the students at the end of the day too are able to see that our concerns are interconnected and it has a basic root. And that basic root is the clarity. Without clarity, I have these concerns and the confusions. But with clarity, which means with having this right understanding and right feelings in me, I will be able to resolve these concerns. And education should help me for that. Very nice. Let me see if there is any question. Okay, so you can see if there is any question, you may raise the hand. I just quickly sum up what we discussed in this session, that everyone has a certain concern while living with the other human beings. But the basic concern is that we want to be in a state of happiness and ensure the continuity of happiness. And the state of happiness in the continuity is ensured by having this right understanding, which ensures right feelings and right thought. And one of the content of right understanding we discussed today is understanding human being as the coexistence of self and body. Understanding the need of the self, understanding the need of the body, understanding their fulfillment, understanding the activity of the self and the activity of the body. So this way, when we do the systematic study of human being, we can understand the human being. And we can see that on the basis of such systematic study, the others' need and my needs are the same. You need happiness, I need happiness. You need respect, I need respect. I need physical facility to protect and nurture my body. You also need physical facility to protect and nurture your body. So this way, we are able to see that you are similar to me. Your age may be, less than me. But when I'm looked at as a human being, then, you are similar to me. A male and a female is similar to each other. An elderly person, aged person, or a child are similar to each other. Indians and Americans are similar to each other because this is human being. There's the only difference that one human being is living in America and the another human being is living in India. So whether the human being living in India or America, they wants to be happy. And they also have this need of physical facility. Whether it's a male or female, whether it's a young or elderly person, it's the same for each one of us. And this brings the clarity about the human beings. This brings the clarity about what I want as a human being is the continuity of happiness and prosperity. And what are my needs as a human being? So the two different types of needs, and I have to fulfill both these types of needs. So this much I wanted to communicate with you all today in the today's session. Let me see if there is any question, because still we have time to explore more on these things. You have these assignments, and it's very encouraging to see, almost many students have done their assignments yesterday, and we hope that you will continue doing your assignments today also, because when you do these assignments, when you read these questions and answer to these questions, that helps in the process of your self-evaluation and self-exploration, in return in development of the right understanding and right feeling within your own self. Yeah. So any question?
Yes, on the YouTube, Priyanshu is asking, it's good to represent something, but why the thought of doing something good remains the thought itself, not implemented in the ground level? Why we fear to represent ourselves in front of people?
Yeah, because we do not have confidence that what that good is really good or not. So once we get that confidence that what the good thought I have is really good, and it is for the harmony of the society and the harmony of the other, and it will also ensure harmony within me, then we share that thought with others very confidently. And if the thought is important for us, then we take efforts for doing it. For example, a thought of playing games comes, or a thought of watching movie comes. And if you consider to be a very important thing, then no matter what the conditions are, whether it's your examination in the next week or tomorrow, you play the game and you watch the movie, right? It's only thing, these are the two things. Number one, having this confidence that whatever the good thought I have, it's really good. And number two, understanding the importance of it. Whatever we consider to be important for us, we do it.
Right, sir. One more question on YouTube, Savanji Vinayak. What should be the content of value education to make it complete? How do values relate to our day-to-day living?
Yeah, in fact, when we say the content of value education, it should be covering all the dimensions and the expanse of a human being's being. So when you look into the expansions of human being, we live as an individual. So you're living as an individual, I'm also living as an individual. But every individual is a part of a family. Every family is a part of society. Society is the part of nature, and the nature is the part of existence. And every moment we are living from ourselves to the whole existence. And that becomes the content of value education. Understanding harmony at each of these state: human being, family, society, nature, and existence, out of which today we discuss about understanding harmony in the human being. Tomorrow, our focus will be on understanding harmony in the family. And then we go society, nature, and finally to the existence. So this shall be, this has to be the content of value education. What was the second part of that question?
Yeah. How do values relate to our day-to-day living?
Yeah. How do the values relate to our day-to-day living? Let us understand what is value. So something which is valuable for you, its value. Let me give an example, right? let's say in our classroom, we have this whiteboard and the marker. So there are two, the marker, the value of a marker is its participation in the whole process of learning and education. If that through that marker, if we are not able to write anything on the board, is it valuable? Let me give another example. If you have this ceiling fan in the room, and the blades of the fans are not rotating, it's not functioning, is that ceiling fan valuable? It may be very expensive. So these are the two different things. The price is one and the value is another thing. A price of a potato may be 40 rupees per kilogram, but the value of potato is it's nurturing the human body. So value, which means our participation. And even if you look into our day-to-day life, our routine life, we want to participate. We want to participate in ensuring harmony within ourselves. We want to participate in ensuring health of the body. We want to participate in ensuring harmony in the family, in the society, in the nature. In our day-to-day life, you want to live in harmony or disharmony. In your day-to-day life, you want to live with the feeling of relationship or oppositions with each other. So whatever naturally acceptable to us, that way we want to live, and the value education would help to explore this content within ourselves and develop this right understanding and right feelings, so that we can live the way which we really want to be and which is naturally acceptable to us. So this is 6:45 already.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
so we can announce.
Yeah, in just. Yeah. So, good evening, students. Thank you, Umesh, sir, for a very interesting session. Now we are open to question answer till 7:30 p.m. Please raise your hands, and you can also share your reflections also. Yes, over to you, sir. So we have a question on YouTube also. Maybe I can just read that out.
But yeah, it's a bio break slide is there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. Yeah. The question from Ditika Sharma on YouTube. Education should be holistic, pertaining to all emotional, spiritual, and knowledge as well. Your comments, please.
Yeah, I mean, see, each one of us wants to develop within ourselves. We want to develop our family, we want to develop society, we want to develop nation, we want to develop world. So the education shall help us to reach to that development. But then when we say the development would means only developing in physical facility, infrastructure, investment, money, or developing with this right understanding, right feelings, and physical facilities. So we aspire to have this holistic development. So the education would enable the development of competency within ourselves to achieve this holistic development. That's the education we are talking about. So what we are saying that education should help me to live with happiness within. It should help me to understand how do I ensure the health of the body. It should also develop the capacity within me to develop the competency to live with the feeling of relationship. And that is what the holistic education would means. So what you are saying is right. The education which develop the competency to achieve this holistic development, that education each one of us wants. And that is how you all have responded throughout the session today and yesterday. Thank you. Anita Didi, Anupama Didi, Mohan Bhaiya, you all can take questions for some times.
Yeah. Yes, sir, sure.
Yes.
Anita, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Students, you can raise your hands, please, and get your doubts cleared. The assignment link for day 2 is coming up.
Mohan Bhaiya?
Yeah.
There will be a little problem because I don't have electricity here. My battery is down. I may go off. So that time you'll have to take it.
Anupama Didi is there, Anupama? Yeah. Anupama Didi, you're there?
In the meantime, I'll take. So once I go off, you can
Okay,
take off in the meantime. Okay.
Students, please raise your hand. You can ask questions. This is your session now. You can even give reflections or sharing.
Let's hear some reflection how they have felt for today.
I think, ma'am, you can just ask somebody to unmute and ask the question.
Okay, sir.
That'll be better.
Okay.
I can help you with one.
Mm-hmm.
Anishka Yadav. Anishka Yadav, you can unmute and speak. Yeah, I think the hands are raised, ma'am. We're already having 2 hands. Sandesh Pawar. Sandesh Pawar and Kapil Surve. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Kapil.
Yes, Kapil.
So, isn't the value education is all about understanding that living with the entire existence or having harmony within the entire existence is the prime most goal?
Very true. Whatever you're understanding relating to it is very correct. Means if we are relating to the whole existence as a whole, because here we are studying about self, we are studying about nature, we are studying about human, everything. So it is about the whole existence as such. It is true, Kapil. You're going on a right track.
That means right understanding. If we have to develop right understanding, that then we have to consider our body separate from our self or
yes, very true. Yeah. No, we don't say it separate. We say it they are in coexistence. Body and self are in coexistence with each other.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Kapil.
Ma'am, you can ask people to unmute. You can use that cursor and unmute and ask them to speak. Anishka Yadav. Yes. Arya Sondkar. Arya Sondkar. Can unmute and speak. Arya Sondkar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Yes, Arya.
I didn't raise hand.
Okay, Arya. Yeah, did you have some learning for the day? Did you understand certain points? You can say on few points over that.
No, ma'am, I don't want to say anything.
Okay, okay, Arya. Thank you.
It's good to share, ma'am. Yeah. Sanika Gangan. Sanika Gangan. Yes, student, is your session. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. All of us are sure there'll be a lot of questions in your mind. There is one person with a lot of codes. 1WS. What is your name, please? 1W5PMJ. Yes. What's your name, please? Yeah. I think we got MIT Jain. Yes. MIT Jain. Can go ahead. Ask, ma'am.
Yes. I want to ask that how can we balance education, relation, and everything?
How can you balance relation, education, and
everything else?
And everything else. Your name is Jain, correct?
Yeah.
His name is Jain, na? Or
Yeah,
MIT might be a
Jain.
college. Jain might be his name. Am I reaching you, Jain? I think he's gone, sir.
Yeah, he's there. You can answer this question. Yeah.
Okay. Jain, when we talk about we are studying rightly now, what we are as human beings, how do we relate to the society, how do we relate to the nature. And when we combine all this, it relates to education, because through education, we will be studying the things. No, it is not. No, it's MIT. Okay. He says something else. No, it is MIT. Vaishnavi Yadav.
That's the college he's from. Yeah.
Okay. He's from MIT
Pune.
College. Okay. MIT Pune College. Okay. Atharva. Okay. No, my name is MIT.
Meet Jain.
Okay, MIT. Myth Jain. Okay, no, because everything was capital, we thought it was MIT is as a college name. Myth Jain. Okay, Myth Jain. I hope we'll get with you. Your work was relating to how does all things get together. Here we have to understand that we are studying relating to human values, and human values relate to the nature, it relates to society, it relates to education, it relates to all the things. And when we combine all that, we work on it. So they are giving us present. Somebody is asking for attendance.
No, there's the participation in polls, participating, asking questions. That's what gets attendance.
Okay, no.
We're telling them that very often, but they are.
Okay. Let me check. Let me get me to that. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Anupama, Didi, are you there?
Yeah, I think we can ask Srinidhi. Srinidhi is there, I think. Srinidhi, sir, you're there?
Okay. I just got my current.
Srinidhi Gindi, sir, you're there? Can unmute. Rohitji, can you just give a course to Srinidhi, sir? Yeah, Srinidhi, sir, you can unmute now.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening. I'm here.
Yeah. We can just take some questions. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Rohit sir, can you just make Srinidhi Gindi sir co-host? Yes. Can we have Zaid Khatri? Zaid Khatri can ask your question, please. Yeah. Or you can give your reflection. They unmuted your mic. Zaid Khatri, Mehul Shinde. Deepak Badula. All these things go into your performance during the day, okay? I mean, for getting a certificate. I think the hand is raised. Madhura Sawant. Yes, Madhura. Yes, Madhura, please go ahead.
I would like to share my reflection
Yes,
that sir has beautifully explained that we don't have to be influenced by external factors and can decide on our own, Swatantra, that what based on the things which we know are right. And that is what sir explained very beautifully.
Very nice, Madhura. Nice reflection. Can we have few more reflections?
Kaustubh?
We can say takeaways also, because
Yes, Kaustubh Katiyal. Yes.
Audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, I would like to ask the question, is doing something better from others kind of like peer pressure only, that if we want to try to do better than someone else and something like studies or anything, so it is also kind of a peer pressure only, or it is like trying to perform?
Yeah, as long in all those cases where the reference point is other, that is the peer pressure. So you want to do the better than the other. But then if you have this clarity, what you want to do, then you will be doing what you want to do, right? So whenever there is a reference point and that reference point is other, that is the peer pressure. Okay.
I think we have Ria Gurav, sorry.
My takeaway from today's session was that we always have a choice, even in whatever condition, whatever the situation is, we always have the choice to make a decision which benefits us and people around us. Also, today's session was very great. A lot of things and discussions, different point of views and opinions really helps to get a wider perspective on things. So I would like to thank Sir and everyone who has arranged this session for us. Thanks a lot.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Thank you, Ria, for attentive listening and the that verification within. Thank you.
We have Tijit Ravi Krishna. Yeah. Tijit, unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfectly audible.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to ask, how do I cure overthinking, sir? Because every just a smallest thought is just my escape to reality. Even during the meeting, I was just keep going my mind and overthinking.
So let's have this clarity that what you want to think. You want to think something which put you in a state of comfort, relaxed, stable, happy, or you want to think on content which is increasing the contradictions and the disharmony within. So once you have this clarity, then you would be able to decide upon it.
Tijit? Tijit, is it okay? Yeah.
Yeah, so you can raise your hands.
Yes, sir.
To put your questions, queries, or share your reflections and takeaways and learning from today's session. We have this optional time.
Sir.
Yes.
But how do I stay focused? Just like you said, I have to be. So how do I stay focused?
What do you want to be? Let's have this clarity on that first.
Like, sir, if I want to pay attention in this meet, how do I do that?
Yeah. So first, let's have this clarity what you want to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you have this clarity what you want to be, you can focus on that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank
you
you
very much.
Thank you. Anna Raja Bhagwat.
And then you can, yeah, go ahead, yes.
Anna Raja Bhagwat.
I think he lost his connection.
Okay.
So a very interesting observation from YouTube is Vishwajit Mulik. If you consider education is to provide complete benefits goals source, then how without educated persons, how to work and get successful and complete their goal, then if we use common knowledge, common sense, he means.
Yeah, basically,
how do uneducated people get better than?
Yeah, in fact, the role of education is to have this right understanding and right feeling to live a happy life, a fulfilling life. Correct? And educations are basically the input. So these inputs may receive formally or informally in the schools, or even not going in the schools through the family. So when we see the who all are the major player in imparting education, then the first comes the family. Second is the education institutes, the teachers, and the third is the whole society at large. So it's a responsibility of all these three things together, right? So the one who had gone to the school and the one who has not even gone to the school can have this exposure to the content through which each one of us can develop this right understanding and right feelings within ourselves. Let us say an example. If you understand the importance of right understanding and right feeling, so you also wants to participate in the transformation of society. Each one of us, have this aspiration to have a harmonious society. So if you have this content, then you may place this content to the people who could not join the educational institutes, and you may help them in exploration. So some of us can do this job. Some of us, can participate into it. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. If there are questions or any sharing from the students, then we can be here.
I
Otherwise,
think, yeah. So the system is that we have to keep on unmuting them. If they don't, yeah. I think I just unmute Sakshi Walke, Suraj Nawale, sorry. I unmuted you. You can please speak. Yeah. Sakshi and Suraj. Abdinya Zaware. Yes.
Divya.
Hand is raised. Yeah, hand is raised. Divya Jumani. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yes, beta. So how was the yesterday and today, the discussions? What are your takeaways, Divya?
She again muted herself.
Yeah, Divya, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, done it for her. Yes, Divya, you're unmuted now. You can speak.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yeah,
first
please.
of all, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Yeah.
Yeah, again, your microphone got muted.
Yeah.
First of all, sir, good evening. Sir, the section was very amazing. I love it. And it was very knowledgeable. And yesterday's section was also amazing. I completed both the assignments yesterday also, today's assignments also I completed.
Yeah, what are your takeaways, beta? Your
Sir?
own learning from yesterday's and today's sessions? Okay, Gaurav.
A very good afternoon, sir, and all the respective co-hosts present over here. Sir, I want to reflect some of the topics you have explained to us. First of all, the basic root of concern. Like before this, I was not sure that I was not able to rectify that why I get uh, like मैं किसी चीज में उलझ क्यों जाता हूँ मेरे को पहले ये समझ में नहीं आता था सो आज इस बात की मुझे कंप्लीट क्लैरिटी मिली that clarity is the only thing whose absence creates a number of concerns. So if we have clarity of anything, we will not be confused for it, will not have any concern for it. The second thing, sir, I would like to share is the need for self and body. the need for self. Okay, so any quantitative need we are having, that is, if any quantitative need we are having, then we are that is the need of body. While if we are having any qualitative need like happiness, enjoyment, excitement, feeling of love, that is the need for self. The third thing I would like to reflect is desirable food. So you have created one of the poll related to desirable food. There were four options, among of which almost majority of the students have chosen the A option, which was um, nutritious food and happiness. But if we see in reality, then we can observe that majority of this majority of the people, like ज़्यादातर जो लोग होते हैं वो न्यूट्रिशियस फूड लेते हैं, बट वो हैप्पी नहीं होते. मतलब पेरेंट्स ने अगर उनको बोला that this is nutritious for you, this is healthy for you, बट वो हैप्पीनेस के साथ उस चीज को नहीं लेते, बिकॉज वी आर मोर इंक्लाइंड टुवर्ड्स द टेस्ट रादर देन द न्यूट्रिशन. सो आज के टाइम पे स्टूडेंट्स को, अडल्ट्स को न्यूट्रिशन की इंफॉर्मेशन ग्रैब करना जरूरी है, बिकॉज जब तक हम न्यूट्रिशन को अच्छे से समझेंगे नहीं that why which type of nutritions are important for us and why should we eat that. हम हेल्दी फूड, मतलब आज के कई लोग फास्ट फूड खा रहे हैं, वो लोग इस चीज की इंपॉर्टेंस तभी समझेंगे that न्यूट्रिशियस फूड उनको खाना चाहिए जब उन्हें न्यूट्रिशन की नॉलेज होगी. सो what I mean to say is that desirable what I mean to say is that हमें न्यूट्रिशन, हमें फूड की नॉलेज होनी भी जरूरी है. लाइक जो कंटेंट हम ग्रैब कर रहे हैं, जो कंटेंट हम कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं इन फूड, उसकी नॉलेज होनी बहुत जरूरी है. थैंक यू सर.
थैंक यू. बहुत बढ़िया गौरव, आप काफी ध्यान से सुन रहे हो और चीजों को कनेक्ट कर रहे हो, रिलेट कर रहे हो अपने थॉट्स के साथ में, अपने बिहेवियर के साथ में, और उससे कुछ कंक्लूजन्स आप निकाल पाए हो. And this is how we can, explore and verify within, and we can develop this understanding and feelings within. So thank you. Vijita has a hand raised.
She left the meeting.
She's there in the meeting. Vijita Sono.
Vijita is there, yeah. Vijita, you can unmute and speak. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Good evening. It's Vijita Sonali.
Yes, good evening, Vijita.
Sir, when sir was talking about the values and the models, I would just like to share, like, it's a takeaway which I was thinking. At my school level, we got to learn this subject, but there they taught us in a short manner, or you can say school level के बच्चों को कैसा सिखाया जाता है, उतना limit था. But today when I was listening to sir's session, and it was like all the flashbacks were coming. So it was like all the memories we are living. And then when sir talk about nutritious food, I think it's like today's generation, they are mostly dependent on junk food. Means कहीं आना जाना होगा तो हम मैगी या कुछ बनाकर ऐसे भी बर्गर कुछ खाकर निकल जाते हैं. But our family, like our parents, aunt, uncles who are, so they have a particular thing कि नहीं हमें यही खाकर निकलना है. So it's like we can even learn from them also. That's it, sir.
Very nice. Nice. Thank you.
So there's an interesting question from YouTube, Sakshi Gample. Sometimes it happens that we want to become something in our life and the family wants us to take something other professional career. So what to do in that situation?
Yeah, even what you want to become something, or what your parents expect you to become something, by becoming this, whether what you want or what your parents want, what you want to be, that is more important. So once, we get this clarity that by becoming something, I want to be happy, and I cannot be happy by becoming what I want to become, or even what my parents want to become, because to be happy, I need to understand what happiness is. Then there is no clash between what you want to become for yourself or what your parents are
expecting you to become you. Then you understand that either what I want to become or what my parents are expecting me to become, this leading to get me a job. And through that job, I will earn physical facility, which is the temporary need of the body. But the need of the self is happiness, and that can be fulfilled by having this right understanding and right feelings. तो आपके पेरेंट्स जो आपको बनाना चाहते हैं, चाहे वो बनकर भी या आप जो बनना चाहते हैं वो बनकर भी इस प्रोसेस में भी अपने में आप उस समझ और भाव को विकसित कर सकते हो, ताकि जो भी आप बनना चाहते हैं या पेरेंट्स बनाना चाहते हैं वो बनकर भी आप सुखी हो पाएंगे। ठीक है ना?
Sure. And one more is there before Sunil speaks. Ayush War, our failures are stepping stone to success. Failures make us sad. Sadness gives us the chance to look at our weakness. So conclusion is one should suffer sadness for success. Why to stay happy all the time?
Yeah, you ask this question to yourself. You want to be happy or you want to be sad? Right? I want to be happy, but I do not have clarity on what happiness is. And that's the reason the sadness is the part of the life. But once we get the clarity what happiness is, then we can develop that competency and we can be only happy.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Sunil Sen.
Yes, Sunil Sen is unmuted. Yes, Sunil Sen, please go ahead.
Yes, sir, I agree with you that failures are stepping stones of success.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the failure is the steps towards the success. What I'm saying, I need to understand the basic goal, and by fulfilling that basic goal, I can be a successful. And reaching to the basic goal, it's a whole process of transformation within. And in the process of transformation, we keep reviewing, we keep doing the review of what I have achieved, how much shift I am able to do from my previous things to the current things. So that review is there. And with that review only we can, take efforts for the transformation. That is what I'm saying.
Sunil, is that clear?
So there is no failure, there is no failure. I'm in a process of understanding. That's it. There is no failure. Whatever I understood, I will be able to live with it. Whatever I have not understood, I will not be able to live with it. So continuously, I will keep taking efforts for developing this understanding within.
Sir, sometimes what happens is due to only some few marks, we do not get admission in our desired college. That is also one type of failure. Like I lost my MBBS from something 11 or 12 marks from government college. Hello, sir.
Yeah, by taking admission into MBBS, आप डॉक्टर बन जाते थे, ठीक है?
Yes, sir.
ये डॉक्टर बनकर आप क्या होना चाहते थे? आप क्यों डॉक्टर बनना चाहते थे? Why do you wanted to become doctor?
Sir, I wanted to serve the people.
By serving the people.
Serve the nation.
Yeah, by serving the people and by serving the nation, what you were expecting to be, उससे आपको क्या मिलता था?
Sir, actually, my goal was to become a doctor, and I have seen many cases that doctor are not handling their profession correctly because they sometimes misuse and take more money from poor people. So I would have, after some time, I have become a doctor. I would have opened a hospital which takes
less money than other hospitals, and there is no misuse. Sometimes there is one case in my area that there was a patient who had to do up and down.
Yeah, we lost his connection.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's there, but his mic is not there.
Yeah, that's due to the internet issue.
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully, tomorrow he will put his question again.
Yes. If anybody else has questions, please go ahead. We still have some 5-6 minutes. Thank you for your feedback. Please interact. Questions are more important. Yes. I think the question in the chat, sir, is mic is not working. Aditya Sansare. I got to know about happiness. I got much clarity. I think he's giving reflection of his. Yeah. Chat is moving very fast. One second, yeah. Thank you, sir, sir, for this amazing session. I got to know about happiness and real happiness. Got much clarity about my goals. I will surely try to inculcate the values from today's session in my life. Sorry, as I'm not able to unmute my mic. I think I'll unmute your mic.
Yeah, there's
Aditya.
a question. Yeah, there's a question in the chat by Faisal. Khan Faisal Yusuf, that what is the purpose of UHV? The whole purpose of UHV is to initiate the dialogue of, is to initiate the process of self-exploration within ourselves. So to initiate that internal dialogue. So through that internal dialogue, each one of us would be able to, see that what is right for us and what is not right for us.
Right. I think Sunil Sen back here, Sunil.
Yes, sir. I wanted to tell that I wanted to become an ideal doctor, which others can see as me in future.
Yeah. So by becoming that ideal doctor, you were expecting to be happy.
Yes, sir.
Correct. So what you want to be is basically happy and not the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Correct. So the goal is not becoming doctor. The goal is to be happy. So once we understand that whatever I want to become, by becoming it, I want to be happy. And that is what the goal. The becoming doctor is a step towards the goal, and that is not the goal. So once we get this clarity that the basic goal is, to ensure this continuity of happiness and prosperity, anyway, still you can understand what happiness is, what prosperity is, and you can ensure it, and you can become, if not doctor, maybe engineer, if not engineer, maybe architect. Correct? That happiness is important. Isn't it, Sunil?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We have Abhishek Gaurav. Gurav. Yes,
sir.
Abhishek.
I have a reflection on this session. I think I am become more sensible enough in perspective of life and world. And while sir is saying that you develop a right understanding, so I thinking about my previous generation that they don't have a comfort and prosperity like us. Then also we are becoming miserable of our own thoughts and complaining about everything. So I think I get a more understanding about life and situation around us. Thank you, sir.
Very nice reflection, Abhishek. Thank you for the listening and exploring things within. We will quickly listen to the reflections from Gaurav Sharma before we close for the day. Gaurav Sharma.
Yes, Gaurav, your mic is working.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Sir, actually,
We can't hear you.
hello, sir. Am I now audible?
You are, but the voice is little less. Can you just make it closer to your mic? Yeah.
So now am I audible, sir?
It's quite bad.
Gaurav, if you are using earphones, maybe you can try without
correct.
earphones.
Hello, sir. Am I now audible?
Now it's getting better.
Yes.
You need to speak to be audible, Gaurav. Your mic is, I think, connectivity issues.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat direct to me. Why physical facility is of utmost important?
Hello.
See, this is just a minute. I'll come to you. So Karan Gupta, I mean, see, we can ask this question to ourselves whether this physical facility is of utmost important or right understanding and right feeling with physical facility. This is important for me. So out of these three things, what is the priority for me? So the highest priority becomes the utmost important. Okay, thank you. Yes, Gaurav was saying something.
I think we're done.
Okay, so we can close for the day now.
Yeah, so Gauri, Madam, Dr. Gauri Hadika will give the closing remarks. Madam, welcome. Yeah. I think Gaurav has again raised his hand. Gaurav, yeah, I want to say something. Yeah, Gaurav. Yes, Gaurav.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
क्या मैं audible हूँ, sir?
Perfect, yeah, perfect.
ओके सो सर आपने उमेश सर से मेरा सवाल है कि अभी थोड़ी देर पहले उन्होंने कहा था दैट सक्सेस के पाथ में हमें फेलियर नहीं मिलते हैं, वो एक्चुअली फेलियर नहीं होते हैं. सो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, क्या वो फेलियर जिनको हम फेलियर बोल रहे हैं वो क्या वो बिग मिस्टेक्स है जो हम लेस क्लैरिटी की वजह से कमिट करते हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया. ये ना सक्सेस की क्लैरिटी नहीं है, इसीलिए जो करने जाते हैं वो करके भी सक्सेस नहीं मिल पाता तो हम कहते हैं फेल हो गए. लेकिन जैसे ये सक्सेस की क्लैरिटी होगी कि मेरा जो बेसिक गोल है उस गोल को अचीव करना ये सक्सेस है, ये जब क्लैरिटी होगी तो दिखाई देगा कि वो हम सक्सेसफुल बनने के राह में हम चल रहे हैं, उसमें फेलियर नहीं है. तो कल मेरी जितनी समझ बनी थी, है ना, मेरी फीलिंग जितने स्टेबल हुए थे उससे थोड़े से अधिक आज बनी रहती है क्योंकि कंटिन्यूसली मैं अपने समझ के ऊपर काम कर रहा हूँ. जब मैं समझ नहीं पाता हूँ तो उस वक्त जैसे ही मुझे जीना चाहिए वैसा मैं जीना नहीं पाता हूँ, तो वो फेलियर नहीं है मेरा, वो मेरे एफर्ट्स में कहीं ना कहीं सही नहीं हो रहे हैं. तो मेरे एफर्ट्स को सही करता हूँ तो फिर अपने में सही समझ सही भाव के साथ में जी पाता हूँ.
हेलो सर.
जी
सर, क्या मैं ऐसा बोल सकता हूँ कि अगर हमें हमारे पाथ की, हमारे डेस्टिनेशन यानी हमारे गोल की अंडरस्टैंडिंग बिल्कुल क्लियर हो जाए, दैट हमें हमारे पाथ पे कैसे, हमारा पाथ एक्चुअल में क्या है, हमें किस पाथ पे चलना है, हमारा जो डेस्टिनेशन है और हमारे जो बेसिक एस्पिरेशन है, अगर हमें इन तीनों चीजों की कंप्लीट क्लैरिटी मिल जाए, हमने इन तीनों की कंप्लीट क्लैरिटी डेवलप कर ली, तो चांसेस ऑफ फेलियर आर जस्ट नेग्लिजिबल.
हाँ, तब ये होता है कि डेस्टिनेशंस की क्लैरिटी है और डेस्टिनेशंस की तरफ जाने के जो डायरेक्शन है वो भी हमारा सही है, वो भी सेट हुआ है और उस डायरेक्शंस में हम चलते हैं फिर. और जब हम डायरेक्शन में चलते हैं तो वो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस के प्रोसेस से गुजर रहे हैं. तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जिसे परिमार्जन कहा जाता है, उसका अर्थ ये होता है कि अभी तक मेरी जितनी समझ बनी रही उतनी तो मेरी बनी रहेगी, उससे अधिक का ही मैं समझते जाता हूँ, उससे अधिक ही मेरे में भाव फीलिंग्स स्टेबल होते हैं. मेरा जो हैप्पीनेस का जो टाइम है वो इंक्रीज ही होता है with the increasing of right understanding and right feelings within me. ठीक है ना?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, so at 7:30 we can close.
Yeah, so Dr. Gauri Ardikar will give the closing remarks. Ma'am, over to you. Gauri ma'am, can unmute and speak, ma'am?
Okay, maybe
some difficulty. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead. You can give the closing remarks. Yeah.
Yes. So today, I think it was a very, very enriching session where a lot of things were shared by Umesh Jadavji, and students also participated, and a lot of questions were asked, very thought-provoking questions. There is so much food for thought today as well for us to reflect. Thank you, Umesh Jadavji, for your wonderful session. Students, we have been saying to you, please do the assignments. The link has been posted, and if you have missed anything, the YouTube link is also there. You can always go and take a look, and we really hope you will be able to explore these things which are being put forward in front of you. And tomorrow we'll look forward to one more session. Mohan Rao sir, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. That was a wonderful closing. Good evening, friends. The assignment link is open, and tomorrow we'll see you at 3:30. Umesh sir, thank you so much. Anita ji, thank you so much. We can now close the session. Yes, thank you so much. Yes. Namaste to all. Namaste.